Lol.
Wow, what an introduction.
I'm just gonna start waiting to unmute you until like 2 seconds after I say that I've unmuted you, because there's always that's like
Yeah.
how everyone starts some weird
Wait,
sound that comes
you
from
don't like
Sawyer.
Just like dying cat in the background.
is going on?
In fact, I think I'm gonna mute all of you on the stream. Yeah, you guys are all muted. It's just me now, and suck it. The stream doesn't know that, so all right.
Skender
Okay,
shake the floor.
so we're just gonna go ahead and jump right back into it. We don't really have a whole lot to talk about, so we're just gonna go ahead and jump into it. So, I literally just typed the thing out. I should keep it up. There we go. So, last week the party continued their shenanigans and stakeout and Nonar's hold. They decided to try and set a trap on the eastern edge of town, but they didn't really get the chance because four figures on horses seemed to chase the party down. After a little bit of fighting those dudes, oh, there was a child. Hello, child.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm right here.
Hi.
We were waiting for you, Zach.
We are in Dad and my friendly boats are gonna play with us today.
You brought boats to play with us today.
I'm so
Oh.
excited. Well, why don't you play with those boats while we listen to what happened last time?
Listen to Sawyer, okay? All right.
All right. So after a little bit of fighting the figures on horses, another one showed up. Darker, scarier, a little more freaky looking, and proceeded to put the fight into more of dire straits. After two party members went down, someone else within Nonar's hold took notice. An elf by the name of Isara Velborn came to the party's aid and assisted them in tackling what the party eventually discovered were the five huntsmasters of Nonar's hold, which were rumored to be murdering travelers to Nonar's hold as for sport. After the fight, the party returned back to the tavern to get some rest before deciding their next move. And Isara sort of had a conversation with Seth and told Seth that she had been contacted by something to find him. Neither of them really knowing why, other than that some being told Isara to find Seth, and for some reason. After that, before the party eventually retired, Skender received a message from Gundren, the party's friend from Phandalin, stating that he had a letter there in Phandalin for Skender. Skender, expecting some kind of letter, eagerly told Gundren to send it through. However, it was not the happy, cheery update letter that Skender was expecting. Skender, not really going into much detail, simply turned to the party and declared that he needed to return home. And the party has decided to set out north to Settlestone. And that is where pick up. I did finally put Settlestone on the map rather than Nesme, but I'm too afraid to try and delete Nesme because I'm afraid I might delete the entire map. So you guys just get a freebie location. So.
Cool. So we had already left, right? Or were we about to leave?
You guys were just about to leave. You guys had just finished resting, and we're getting ready to leave.
So, does anyone need to grab any supplies before we go?
I think I'm okay. Maybe do we need more rations? That's my question. I
mean,
don't think.
We passed through that town on the way here that we're definitely going to pass through again.
Yeah.
Cough, cough.
It just
Yeah. I don't think I'm in need of anything.
think we can keep going, and let's get you home, Skender.
Okay, just give me 1 second to figure out what the heck I'm doing. Because my roll 20 is acting up. Please roll 20. Be kind.
Everyone on here.
Okay. No, that's not what I want. 20.
Forget it, I've been muted this whole time. Gosh dang it.
Hang on.
I had forgotten to write this down. Did we say that we were taking the river?
That is up to you guys.
So, I don't know this area. So whichever way you guys think is faster, I will follow you guys.
And
Taking
my
the boat would
intelligence was a
require-
negative.
Taking the boat would require you going back west and then taking a boat upriver, or going east and finding a way either around or over the mountains. Or, if you're bold enough, through.
Let me get closer to this map. I want to look. So the river would put us pretty close, like, because
That's what
it looks like it
upriver.
it cuts through the forest. It looks like, and then eventually settles
We'll be
around.
going upriver.
I know, but my intelligence score says that that's fine. So
True, but the rest of the party
yeah,
has
Yeah, we
plenty
know
of
we're
intelligence
going
to know
upriver.
that sailing upriver is not a good plan. If you're trying to get anywhere fast, at least. So it's up to you guys. You guys going west or east?
I say we go east.
I was on the eastern route as well, but in the end, I'll go the way that you think is best, Skender.
I don't know.
Or
The
me and
river-
Seth can start walking east, and you could just follow us.
Skender just has to go west, and thus the party split.
Party around the Evermoors.
No, we just
It-
tell
it's-
him we're going west, and we go east.
That's so mean.
You guys can find yourself a new DM.
Why do we need a new DM for that? I'm tricking
JJ,
Skender,
I pass
not
it to
you.
you.
We're checking the
No.
barbarian, not the DM.
No.
Austin, are you there? Are you muted?
Were you trying to speak in
Yeah,
an
I'm
accent as well?
Okay, just making sure.
Well, I know that the last time I took the river, it was fast. I think.
You think?
Did I make you roll a check for that?
Yeah.
Yes, you rolled a
Yeah.
check. That's right.
Yep.
Correct.
Do you know if the river was flowing with you or against you?
No.
Do I?
I'm
Not
gonna
with
say
that
we're gonna-
one.
I'm gonna still continue. We're gonna continue with
Okay,
the
with that roll. Yeah, I was about to ask if I
Sea
needed to.
Blackwater.
Yeah, it was
It was
water.
under us.
was-
Seth, roll me a nature check
Oh boy.
with advantage because this is sort of your area.
It's like such a heavy decision.
Okay.
East or west, guys?
Uh,
Gosh,
it-
I still-
yes, you would know that trying to sail north would put you sailing upriver.
Yeah, that's gonna
Which
be
means you'd be
pretty slow.
effectively traveling at half pace because you're sailing against the current.
And you don't want to walk the western path. So, east is our best bet.
correct.
Okay. Whichever way you think is fastest.
Fastest is we just go and
East
stop
or-
talking about it.
The fastest way is through
Through
the
the
Evermoors.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's the most direct way. The
exactly.
That doesn't mean that it's the
That's
fastest.
not
Yeah.
fastest.
Okay,
In
well, that's
theory,
fair.
it's the fastest. But
As the crow flies, it is the
If it
fastest.
were as the crow flies, I was about to say that as well.
Okay, so
As
we
the
all
bear
have
flies?
a bear, yeah.
All right,
Bears
see
can
you
because
now.
owl.
bear can carry all of
Yeah.
us.
Absolutely.
My little bear.
Was that the sound of bear just getting
Yeah,
smushed?
like Stubbs like grabbed onto Bear's legs and Bear tried to lift off, and Bear took a single point of damage and disappeared.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Poor kid.
Rip.
Not to mention the giant furbolg. Like, you weigh a lot less.
No.
No, I know it's not gonna work, Zach. You are right.
You're so right.
All right. Well, you guys
Okay,
can begin
go east then.
your trek east.
Um,
Okay,
I
so-
actually, I just finally opened my character sheet up. I do need more rations. How much are rations?
I mean, we're gonna
as
pass
a-
by.
Yeah, as a heads up, I
Forest.
believe that Fire Eyes was hunting
Yeah.
for you guys.
Oh,
So as long as there's food to find, you
Yeah.
guys shouldn't be using rations.
But Fire Eyes
Okay.
has a feature where just as long as there's like game and vegetation and water, Fire Eyes can just provide for the whole group.
okay.
And that's this whole trip.
I mean,
Right?
there's
Yeah.
a forest along the entire way, so I should be able to get us food.
Yeah, well, and this is grasslands. I mean, there's bound to be,
Something.
rabbits,
Grassland game.
and just a grassland game. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
No problem.
Well,
Alright.
so
All right,
someone roll me a d20.
got it.
I called it. I should
Why'd you
just
even
say
someone. Ooh!
I should just say Brando. Roll
Yeah.
me a
You
d20.
should.
Either that's going to be really good or really bad.
It's good. You think
Um,
so?
It's good.
You know,
I
the
think
day
so,
the day actually passes without incident. You guys, you're just walking along. It's a little dreary in No One's Hold, but as soon as you guys get out, a few miles out of town, we quit with the creepy freaking music.
I don't hear music.
There
Oh wait,
was-
is
there
my
was
sound
spooky
on
music.
not my headphones again? No, it's on my headphones.
It's a beautiful day. Sun
Um,
shining, birds are chirping.
Would I know where Dendron and his ilk would usually be in terms of like?
Roll an intelligence check.
Hey.
Roll I guess a history check.
Okay,
This is more of a history.
not any better. Oh, hey, that's not bad. Wow,
Um,
that's not bad.
They are usually much farther to the east. They're normally
further
on the
east.
eastern side of the high forest.
But they were.
So what,
I'm gonna be on the lookout, I guess, to see if
Okay.
I see anything of them.
Do I see any books?
You see a lot of unmade books. There are a lot of trees.
Reba,
I see great potential in so many books as we walk.
That forest has so much potential. Slaps a tree. This bad boy has so much potential.
don't look at the trees like that. That's uncomfortable.
Just like to know their future.
The future is standing here in this forest.
Stubbs starts to drool a little bit. Books. All right.
Ay, ay, ay.
Someone else, go ahead and roll me a d20.
Not me.
Are you going to tell us anything other than
Oh,
my home was attacked?
Um,
Nobody else
you
is
did
gonna-
gather the letter, correct? You didn't just leave it in the tavern.
well, yeah, I took the letter. I took it
Okay.
all with me.
Gotcha.
Well, it's here, and he'll hand it to Fire Eyes.
So the basic gist of the letter is that it is from the town master of Settlestone, who goes by the name of Regnir Itzar.
I'll put his name in the thing.
And so it says, "To Mr. Vidarson, or whomever it may concern. It is with great remorse and tragedy that I must inform you of the passing of your wife, Veda. It is unfortunate that it is possible. It is unfortunate that it is possible this correspondence may have taken some time to reach you. Settlestone has been besieged by a force of barbarian thugs from somewhere in the Evermoors. We are unsure if there is any correlation, but there was a piece of parchment nailed to the exterior of your smithy. It is attached below. We are unsure of the state of your daughters. Perhaps it has something to do with the attached note. We are unable to assist in a search at the time, as we are attempting to rebuild what we can of the village. We are hopeful that they still live, as their bodies were not discovered on the premise. We hope that you are well, and hope that we will be able to assist you soon. Our condolences, Regnier Itzar." And attached is an image of a bear paw print.
Okay.
Does this paw print have any significance to you?
My wife, her ex-husband, Dendron, he was part of the tribe of the bear. And, would I have known specifics about how he felt about the children?
Not really.
Yeah.
Veda did not like to talk about him a lot.
Yeah.
It was a sore spot. She just told you that he was a great man once upon a time, but at one point he seemed to shift, proceeded to get a little more bloodthirsty, and eventually just left. No reason, no letter, nothing. Just left.
Yeah.
Do you kind of tell us all of that?
Yeah. Just, it just seems really odd that they don't come this far west. That's what confuses me the most. It's that they stay over on the east of the High Forest.
Well,
So to have them come this far west, they must have really wanted something pretty badly. And maybe it was to get to get the girls back, but I don't know. I don't know him well enough to know whether he cared about them.
attacking a whole city for some children seems rather rash.
How aggressive what's usually sort of mentality of the tribe of the bear? Would I have any idea about that?
You wouldn't really know.
Okay.
I'll say with your history check, the tribe of the blue bear was thought to be pretty well destroyed. The tribe of the bear has been pretty small and limping for a long time. They are not at all sort of as powerful as, say, like the tribe of the elk or the tribe of the wolf. Or wolf tribe, elk tribe. There's a difference. Sorry.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't really know.
Sounds like they might have had some help there.
Maybe. There were giants sort of in the vicinity, right?
Of Settlestone?
Yeah.
Giants in the spine of the world, but
It's possible. You're closer.
Pretty
You're
close to the spine.
Spine of the world, so there's a tendency for potentially frost giants or maybe even stone giants.
It still doesn't
being
make sense.
Being in the foothills of a mountain, it's also potential for a hill giant.
Yeah.
For a few hill giants to come through.
But not terribly likely that they would come down from the mountain just
for the tribe of the Beria, especially since they're all the way over in the east.
Unless they were rewarded with something.
I mean, that doesn't sound like something that at least the stone giants would do.
I mean, hill giants are dumb. Pay them with enough food or offerings, perhaps.
Perhaps.
It didn't really say in the letter who attacked them. It just says that they were, well, by a force of barbarian thugs. And the fact that it seems odd.
Reasonable to believe that it was them, right?
I mean,
That with the bear claw, yeah.
yeah, with the only hint that we have of it is that it's the bear claw.
They left a pastry?
Pastry. It's kind of stale now.
Yeah, it's all moldy.
It just, I keep sticking on the fact that, like, they were all the way in the east.
Well,
Why would the tribe come this far west just for the girls? Well, okay, wait. Before I go on, Dindrin's not like the leader of the tribe, is he? Did that ever get brought up, or?
No. You were just told that he was a member.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, if they're from further east, it's probably best that we came this way, because they would have likely been seen as we pass through these towns, so perhaps we can ask questions as we pass through Everland and Silverymoon? Silvery or silver? Silvery.
Silverymoon.
Silverymoon. Perhaps someone's seen something, or we could check the records and try and find more information. But no point in speculating until we get some more concrete information.
Yeah.
We'll do what we can. We can't do anything else.
Right. I just hope the girls are okay. It's hard enough realizing that I'll never see Veta again, but if I lost the girls too, I don't.
Well, if they took your daughters, there's obviously some purpose to it. You don't kidnap somebody for shits and giggles.
Right, but I don't know why it's
Well, if
happening.
their tribe is dying out.
But why would he take Skender's kids?
Well, they're biologically, or like by birth, they are Dendrons.
Oh, well, that's useful information.
So it's more of an airship.
Things.
Like they need their own people. If their tribe is dying out.
Possibly. Again, it's all speculation.
I mean, what else are we going to do on this hours and days of a walk?
Just
Not
ratchet
catastrophize.
just ratchet Skender's anxiety higher
like-
and higher.
Perhaps do something a little bit more productive than just catastrophizing everything. They're probably dead. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh!
They've been tortured.
I can't believe
They wish they were dead.
they must hate me.
Yeah, they
They
think
must
you
think I'm a
abandoned
failure
them.
of a father.
That's just us for 2 days. Just 2 days later. Ah, they hated me. Now they're gonna start a new cult just about because I've misled them as a father. I never should have left home. Anyway,
Anyways.
Everland.
So the 12, again, nothing seems to happen on this the second day. You guys are starting to make it push farther east and north, so it's starting to get a little bit colder. You guys think that you might need to pick up some kind of furs potentially in the next few days, at least for Seth, Malarakas, and Stubbs.
I feel
Fire
none
Ice.
of it.
You may still want to pick up some because, like, even though you're attuned to colder climates, like that is still with furs and stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to take my cloak back, if you don't mind, Malarakas.
No, it's fucking cold.
Give me my freaking coat!
Meanwhile, Skender, you're fine.
Yeah.
That you're just feels good.
It's 50. It's like 50 degrees, guys. It's practically balmy.
Try 40, but
Let's say, can you count that high?
All right. Anyways, about noon on the 5th day, you guys make it to Everland.
Oh, finally.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay.
Okay. Give me a second. Gotta zoom out
There
now.
is a map.
There is a map.
Would you look at that?
It's a pretty map. Are we coming in from the west? Or the
Yes,
south?
You are coming in from over here. Well, let me double check. After I fix the audio.
Half the party comes from directly west, the other half comes from directly south.
We split the party.
You guys would be coming from the south.
As
Okay.
we're approaching, do I see any sort of tracks that might indicate, like, I mean, it's a trail, so I'm assuming it's well traveled, but do I see, like, anything out of the ordinary, like giant tracks or.
Make a perception check.
Perception. Oops, that should not have been a disadvantage. Sorry. Oh, yes. Oh, wait, no, this is days later. It's at 19.
Not here. No, not on the south side of Everland. There's a lot of farms out here, and of course there's a well-worn trail, because this is a pretty good sized city. But there's
Nothing
no
really out of
like
the ordinary.
mass herd tracks or anything.
Okay.
Oh, JJ, I'm sorry, I forgot to lore dump you.
Okay.
Okay,
Lore
that's-
dump.
Lord
That's
dump.
my bad.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it, you coward.
JJ, join me in Whispers.
Oh.
That way, yeah.
Yeah, I'll join and deafen. Or not deafen, but take my headphones off.
All right. So, Everland, the town of your birth.
Correct.
Everland is situated on the banks of the Rauvin River. Everland is one of the North's most active mercantile communities. And actually, let's see if I can just quickly copy and paste. Da-da-da-dum. Not into the general chat. That would defeat the whole purpose. But yeah, so this is sort of a mercantile town. It's right on the river, and so the city sees a lot of boat travel. I'm coming from the east, from things
Okay.
like the citadels to the dwarven citadels to the east, as well as sort of rivers that go south down the eastern side of the high forest into the Great Peak Mountains. Your family came here not too long ago, actually. It was your father. Your father and your mother moved to Everland when they were younger and decided to settle down, open up a little storefront, and have a few kids. You you have a few younger siblings. You're the oldest, but your heart was never really set on. Oh, sorry, as I smacked my desk. Really set on the sort of the city mercantile life. As you were just adventuring as a kid, scraping your knees, getting dirt on your shirts and your face. There was a bard in town, and he would tell tales of heroes in shining armor, flying cities, even cities being ripped from the surface and being transported to the Nine Hells. And you were mystified by this. most of all by tales of what sort of a fascination with you ever since you were a kid, and convenient enough, wink wink, Netherrill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bard had, of course, told stories about flying cities and great mystical spells that have not been able to be replicated since. And the idea of that was just so cool to you, that eventually you decided to leave home. Your family, from what you could tell, was just sort of like, go get him, champ, expecting it to sort of be a phase. You'd return in a few years, realize it's not for you, find a pretty girl, settle down, take over the family business. But no, you stayed out for more than just a few years, and you've had a great time venturing and learning, and eventually bumping into the crew in Phandalin. And it makes you a little nervous to be returning home, because your father is a well-known merchant. In fact, he is even on what is known as the Council of Elders, as you can see at the very bottom of the lore dump I dropped on you. You would know that this consists of a few people, but the one that your father is a part of is what is known as the Speaker of the Town, who is a citizen elected every 7 years to represent the common folk in the city. So your family, it kind of has eyes on them. People know your family, the Duhan family. So take with that what you will. I'm not going to say that you're like super nervous and want to avoid them. That's up for you to decide whether or not you want to go home and see family or not. But yeah, so I guess there's a little bit more for me to lore dump. I guess there's this as well.
Who's my youngest sibling?
You have a Kreth. Kreth is, when you left, was just a 3-year-old boy.
Got it.
That is Creth. Kreth.
Got it. Okay.
And I will. You would also know who the people are on the Council of the Elders, but I will slowly copy and paste that to you, as there's
We'll
of
deal with
course
that
hidden
as it
stuff in
comes.
that. So
Yeah.
yeah. But all right, that's about it. So we
Cool.
can go ahead and jump back.
Thank you.
Or do you have any further questions?
I think I'm good.
Okay. Ba-doop. We're back.
Okay, I'll stop talking about Dune.
How dare you talk about it?
Basically, David Lynch film only covered the first book, and that's it.
Fair enough.
Okay,
So you
Alright.
guys
we're in Everland.
enter through the south side, or through the south gates of Everland. You are sort of stopped at the gates, and a guard sort of comes up to you guys. What is your business here?
Have you seen barbarians at all?
Cutting right
Just
to the
traveling?
chase.
That's a bit heavy.
Any unusual figures that have come through the town other than us?
Or the outskirts of town?
What they mean is, we're traveling. We would like to come into the town.
It's called.
Wait, who is this? Just someone at the gate?
Yes.
Oh,
You guys
I'm
are
sorry.
great.
I was
Talking
looking
to
at
a
minutes
guard.
on my
Guard.
phone.
Surely the guard would know.
Yeah, you guys just walked into a guard. Have you seen barbarians? And he's like,
Have you seen my son? Where's
He
Rachel?
He just asked you
Jason!
why we're here, and you guys are like, where?
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm obsessed with trying to find a custom mini for the Displacer Beast. But anyway, sorry.
Oh my gosh, guys.
Wait, I want to recant.
okay.
Okay.
I
So-
think we're here
We
traveling.
saved just before getting to the gate. Now we're reloading, please.
Yeah, quick, reload the save. I said the wrong thing in conversation.
F6, please.
We're travelers. We seek passage through the town.
By the way, have you seen any barbarians? No, sorry, I'm just kidding. Doubling down on it. No.
What is your business here in town? Things have been uneasy in the north of late. So
Why?
Well, that's
Just
where we're
what
heading.
happened?
Yeah, passing through.
We're trying to get back north.
Just like some refuge for the night.
What happened up north?
Wait, don't we have a task to do here too?
you do.
Yeah.
What is our
it's to
task here?
Deliver
Yeah,
a
drop
platinum
off this
pendant to Dral Thelev.
Yep. Darathra Shendril from Tribord gave you a pendant and told you to deliver it to Dral Thelev, the half-orc proprietor of...
Danavar's house.
Yep, that's the thing.
We're
Yeah,
hitting
I know where that
house.
is. We're here to drop something out to Denevar.
Pick up coats.
Yeah, shopping, obviously.
But what happened north?
I mean, it's just giants have been seen about. Things
That's-
are uneasy as of late, and recovering from the cult. No.
Right.
Right,
but-
that
That's
nonsense.
it?
Yes,
No.
giants are new.
What about barbarians? That's
Wasn't
No
it you that was
barbarians
just
have
saying-
ventured this far south or east in a long time. The elk tribe and the
Are you okay, sir?
the elk tribe, along with the tribe of the pony, tiger, and lion, have not been anywhere in a long time.
I'm sorry, there's a pony tribe?
There is a let me make sure.
Can I be adopted into the pony tribe?
Let me double check.
Only if you're willing to go rape and pillage a village.
Sorry, it is the Sky Pony tribe.
It's kind of even
What
better,
is
to be
that?
honest.
because that's even more
Tiny little
intimidating.
Pegasi.
I'll pillage a village to be a part of it.
Yeah, I'm like, I'll pillage.
Sky pony.
I don't know about the rest of it,
I mean, that secondary part's a little
Very,
on the nose, but
fierce and
Say,
intimidating.
I'll pillage the
We are
village.
the
I don't
tribe.
mind. And Skender
I'm
looks
a
at you and
sky
rages.
pony.
Skender goes into a rage and attacks Fire Eyes.
Perfect.
No. What about tribe of the Blue Bear? You haven't seen any sighting of them.
No, tribe of the Blue Bear's been, as far as we know, dead for a long time.
Okay.
have you seen a group of people with some children that pass through the town?
That's
They're
so
very descriptive.
non-specific.
Yeah.
He begins to like eye you a lot.
Do you
Malarakas,
know how
we
many
come
kids
inside?
live in
The-
this? Listen,
the tiefling man just walked up to a guard. Have you seen a group of people with kids? And so he sort of like grips his spear a little bit
You're on
harder.
a list somewhere, Malarakas.
all right. Listen,
So be it. I'm not coming back this far north.
They were this tall. They
Have some
had
different hair.
they. No, he's not gonna do that. He's just.
we're gonna go.
He's starting.
May
to get
we
real restless.
enter? We have shopping and business to take care of.
Well, if you are here to see Drawl, then proceed to Danavar's house. But we'll be keeping an eye on you.
Yeah. Join the club. Come on, guys. I know where that is. I'm assuming.
Yes, Danavar's house is 13.
Oh, no, okay. Just like this is
That'd be a
Danavar's
freaking
house.
huge
No,
house.
Holy
you would know what that is, though, Seth. That is what is known as the Hall of the Elders. This is basically equivalent to the City Hall.
Yeah, it's City Hall.
All right,
You just know that.
let's just deliver this.
Yeah, I'm kind of from here.
Oh,
Don't.
You've
failed to mention that the whole time we were walking here.
Listen, I don't care for this place. And I didn't want to bring it up.
So is your family here?
Yeah, let's not talk about that. Let's head to Danavar's house.
let's find Seth.
talk about it.
Let's find Seth's mother.
I want to look around for anyone that looks remotely like Seth.
Welcome to a place with a whole bunch of humans.
Roll a perception check.
Okay.
Nat 20. Oh,
No.
it's that close though. That's good.
There are a lot of people that look like Seth.
Ah,
You
dang
know,
it.
pale-skinned, blonde people.
How big
You
is
know.
your family?
Not.
Okay.
It's not. Doesn't happen to be the entire town, does it?
No,
I mean,
no.
everybody here
My
looks like
parents
you.
have not been
Is that your
busy.
cousin?
Insert Sweet Home Alabama here.
My parents have not been that busy, for sure.
I mean, how long have you been away from home?
I've lost track. It's been
I mean, it could be then.
probably 5 or 6 years.
Oh,
Okay,
Somewhere
probably
around
not then.
definitely
Not-
couldn't.
Not that long. I mean,
Definitely
not
couldn't.
that old.
I don't know how old you are.
How old are you?
He looks younger than me.
Yes, almost everybody looks.
Says the guy with salt and pepper hair.
Looks at Skender, goes, yeah, that's about everybody.
I'm not.
How old are you?
Me or
Me?
him?
Both of you, I guess.
Oh,
I'm 42.
25?
Okay.
Yeah, see?
Wow, we have an old man and a baby with us.
Hey.
I'm not that.
I'm not even
that
a baby.
old.
Well, I'm 25.
How old are you?
32.
Oh.
I'm only 7 years younger.
You're a
Okay,
baby.
How old
Oh
are you?
my gosh.
That's true. I can attest. Someone who is 7 years older than Sawyer, he is a baby.
Exactly.
You.
Excuse me.
No,
you're-
I agree.
You're
I
8 years
agree.
older than I am.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're still a baby?
Ashley doesn't have math skills. It's okay. She's definitely
remember-
a.
I guess
math
7 is
major.
the threshold
Dang
because
it!
I
Ashley's a method
really
actor.
don't want to think of you as a baby.
I'm a method actor.
Well, remember Sawyer? How like I had to turn to you one day and go, "How old am I?"
Yeah.
What?
I couldn't like.
We were
Anyway.
driving, and she just turns to me and goes, "How old am I?" And I'm like, "Why?
This is
Why
a
are you
test?
asking me?"
Is this a
Ashley?
test?
You should have told her like 37 and
Yeah, just to freak her out. Ashley,
No, I
Ashley, you're 58.
Wow, I look
You've
amazing
been
for
just spacing out
58.
for a long time, Ash.
Oh, look, we're moving in this car.
I'm in space. I'm in spacing out.
It's a
Okay.
constant
Stubbs-
struggle to remember,
Stubbs, how
alright?
old are you?
What?
Are you older than Skender?
Are you asking Seth?
Yeah,
No, you.
Stubbs.
You steps.
Stubbs? I'm about 75.
See,
but
he's the
that's
old
pretty-
man.
Yeah, but that's
young
that's
for a
dwarf
dwarf.
years. That's cheating.
Yeah, that's like
Young
barely an
ones.
adult.
I'm like basically like wait, who's the
Like
young one
Seth.
we're talking about here?
Seth.
Like
Me.
Seth.
I'm basically like
Isara,
Seth
Isara
for
calls
dwarf.
you all young ones.
I forgot you were here. Just standing
How
beside
old
us.
are you, Azar?
You're very
You don't have-
quiet.
You don't have to tell us your age
Listen,
if you don't
I'm-
want to.
I mean, technically,
she-
Turris here is the baby.
She
That's
turns
true.
to you. She turns
like
to you, Seth,
3
and
months
says,
old.
"Add a 0."
Add a 0. Holy crap.
Where? Because you could add a
Beginning?
0 and you'd still be
Yeah,
25.
you
add
add
the 0.
At the end.
At the
At
end,
the
that's what the
beginning.
implication
At
is.
the
Are you?
beginning.
I mean,
25
could have been
plus
25,
0 is
205.
The zero.
Okay, listen here, you little shit.
That's it.
I have the power to smite.
I would like to.
You will take 35 points of lightning damage as
Okay.
lightning all strikes you guys.
That
survived.
tickles.
Oh, We have to stop at 30.
Oh, but joke's on you. You take 26 more. Skender is the only one still standing.
Yeah.
Skender's the only one still standing?
Yeah.
I mean, after
I would definitely be dead.
after 61 points of damage.
Oh, not because you like me, but because I'm a barbarian. Okay.
Yeah.
If I
Yeah,
had it
most hit points.
multi-classed, I'd be
just
fine.
standing
at
Roll.
61 points of damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take 61 points of damage.
Oh yeah, no, Isara's not standing.
I would still be standing.
Would you?
Because
Yeah.
of his temporary hit points every day.
Oh, that's right. You're
And
freaking
he's-
arcane
he's a-
ward.
He's a tanky.
It's not that
Wizard, man.
tanky, though, I don't think.
And then he
What?
casts absorb
Not-
elements, and then he
not
gets
as-
resistance to it, and he's fine.
Not as tanky.
Well, no, but he's still tanky
It's
for
still
a
tanky.
wizard.
Yeah, for a wizard, for sure.
For a wizard, I'm a tanky wizard, yes.
Yeah, with his temporary hit points, he has the second most hit points in the party.
Okay. Well, okay.
But the lowest AC, don't I?
What's your AC
No,
currently?
not
Like
with
14?
your mage armor.
With mage armor, it's 14, but
Oh.
naturally it's
Oh.
like 12 or 11.
Yeah.
It's 11.
Could be
Yeah,
11
just-
because mage armor goes plus
You squish
3. I
it.
think.
13 plus 1.
Oh, okay.
Or 13 plus your dex mod is mage armor.
Yeah, squishy boy.
Okay.
He has a higher AC than me.
Okay.
What's your
What's
AC?
13.
Oh my
Oh, I thought you meant
gosh.
11 was higher than you. I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
I don't know
You-
why, but just like I got it in my head that like, oh yeah, Kolth was normal with like a 17 AC at level
No,
3.
Kolth was not okay with a 17 AC.
Kolth was not normal.
Kolth
Hey,
was not normal.
He was.
Are you
very
wearing
not normal.
armor, Seth?
No.
Why
Do you
not?
want some?
Would you like to rectify that?
No, I have leather armor. I have.
I was,
leather
I was
we
like,
could shrink mine.
bards start with armor.
No, I have leather armor. You're right. I was like, wait a minute, hold up. No, I am wearing armor. I should be.
I was shook.
Let's deliver this pendant and
Oh, right.
I
Okay.
guess-
And check the records.
and check the records. Sure.
Yep. You would know Danavar's house very well, Seth, because that is where you would go to listen to stories. And also,
little Seth going to
fu-
listen to stories.
funny enough, your family's shop is a block away.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
not
ask
telling them
every
that.
single house and be like, is that your house?
You
Is
would
that
know
your
that
house?
that your family's shop is no more than maybe a block away.
I just keep going. Yep. Yep.
Uh huh.
Yep.
Is that their place? Yep. Is that
Yep.
their place?
Wow,
Yep.
your family is so rich.
See, I think your parents did get really busy while you were away.
Yeah. They need that many houses.
Do you not
you
like
ever
coming
have the
here
instance
because
that
of
I
the
was
amount of money your family
lying?
has,
Oh, yes, my family is extremely wealthy.
and it annoys you?
No.
Well, then why
That's
would
not,
you leave?
That's not why it annoys me.
Mm.
Their wealth has nothing to. Well, I guess some things to do with it, but it's not.
Oh, so they are wealthy.
No, I did. I told you that. I said they
Insight
were
check.
wealthy.
Insight check. Go ahead and roll an insight check. He seems to be, he seems to be telling the truth. And just taking a look at Seth, I mean, it doesn't look like he exactly has been rough and tumble for forever.
Yeah, but that could just be because he's a bard.
Could, but he seems to be telling
I
the
know
truth.
these things because of my daughter.
Are you saying I'm a pansy because I'm a bard?
No, you're a pansy because you're you.
No, you're a bard because you're a
No,
pansy.
I'm saying that.
That's accurate. Yes.
No, like so.
What was that?
Water, I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
This big gulp.
Someone's taking a leak with their mic on. Someone's
Oh, forgot to
praying
mute
from
myself.
the toilet. Someone's just like, no breaks. I go from the toilet.
Gosh. Anyway.
I play on the toilet.
That's right. The
Bisha,
epitome of playing
she-
without pants.
Bisha really likes. I mean, like she wants to go to Bard College, and that's part of the reason why I'm out here is to help pay the way.
Well, it's good, I suppose. But not all bards are the exact same.
Well, she's pretty soft.
See?
And I can shoot lightning, so there's that. Don't have to be all hard to, put up a fight.
That's what she said.
Well, I never said that she.
Wow, Sawyer, really?
That wasn't me. That was Zasara.
Oh, what?
Oh, that makes it better.
That changes the
worst.
context a lot.
What is wrong with you? Are you 12?
No, I'm 250. I just told you that.
Could have fooled me.
Cast
Just
vicious
because
mockery. What are you,
there's-
12?
I wasn't saying that you were weak. I'm just saying you're soft. There's nothing wrong with being
That's-
soft.
Yeah, you're okay. Fair. Anyways, let's get to this. Let's get over it.
Let's drop off this
Anyways,
pendant and
to
buy some
Danavar's
coats.
house. Did you say and buy some drugs?
Coats.
Oh,
Goats.
I said and buy some
Yeah.
drugs.
I mean, if
Yes.
the drugs will make it to where I don't feel the cold, I'll take it.
And I'd like to
All right.
shop for some magical components as well.
Okay. Well, you guys can easily find your way to Danavar's house. Seth can lead you there. And music.
You doing?
Why isn't my in thing in my town section?
Oh, and is there a stable to take Jackson?
Oh, that's right. You have a freaking axe.
We have quite the
The,
eclectic
the
group
guard
here.
would definitely be staring at you super weird if you're walking up to the gates on an axe beak.
No, I'm not walking up on, like, he's probably taking a break. I'm just walking him.
I mean,
Okay.
we're walking up with both a robot and an axe beak.
Yeah. This is quite the party of adventurers here. There were some stables, but there's also places to you can see people just walking around the streets, leading their animals around in the streets. So you can leave them in a stable, or you can take them with you.
Now play nice.
Wait, no.
Don't.
What?
So what are you doing? Are you taking him with you, or
I'll
putting
just
him in a
kind of
stable?
lead him as long as we're just kind of walking around. But
Obviously, he's not allowed in Danavar's house, but
Yeah.
there are places to tie off animals in front of Danavar's house.
now, if anyone tries to steal you, cut them.
Eat them.
I would
Okay.
don't
What?
cut people, please. In
If
the
they
city,
try
don't
to
cause-
steal my axe beak,
They're gonna try. Who would try to steal an axe beak?
I'm just saying, Jackson.
Crazy
People aren't
Sentinel.
suicidal
You get
here.
cut.
You're a good boy. Now I'm gonna hand him some rations.
Very spooky.
Okay, so as you guys enter Danavar's house, this is a pretty decent sized place. It's a pretty decent sized tavern, and there are it's a good sized tap room. Plenty of people in here laughing, having a good time. Some people losing money and obviously not having as good of a time. And there is a bar on the other side of the room with what appears to be a half orc wearing an eye patch.
I love this place.
Also, Seth, one last thing to lore dump you. Boop.
Boop.
You got booped.
I'll lean to Seth and be like, is that half-orc drow? Or is there another half-orc that hangs around here?
That's him.
Fantastic. I'll just go drop off this pendant and we can move on.
Okay, so you go up to the bar and he's like, "Oh, well, tiefling, that's new. How can I help you?"
Doratha, I'll fish in my pockets, sends this, and I'll just kind of set it on the counter.
He picks it up and looks at it and like goes, and like polishes it a little bit and looks at it. Ah, well, alrighty then. Bring your friends over. This is special request from Dorathra. You guys get a free drink on the house. That's what this badge is good for, and it means something else. But you also get a free drink as sort of payment for delivering it.
Take it.
And he sort of leaves and comes back with a very Malarakas. How keen is your mind on the world of alcohol?
Not terribly.
Okay, it looks super fancy to you. This looks like some really fancy elven stuff.
Word.
So, do you motion for the rest of the party to come over? I'm assuming.
What?
Okay.
Like, hey,
He'll
Booze.
he'll sort of pour drinks and slide them all to you, and he will say, and he'll sort of like pour himself one, and raise it up towards you guys and go, "To Dorathra."
To Drothra.
Dorathra.
All right, who drinks it?
Would I know anything about the booze or anything like that?
This is Silverymoon's finest.
Oh.
This is Silverymoon's finest wine. This is something that a lot of like the high up adventurers would drink just for fun.
Do I trust
And
you?
yes, I definitely drink.
Yeah, I
It's a-
drink.
Okay, so that's Seth. That's Fire Eyes. Malarakas, are you drinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I?
Turris will also sort of take the shot, though Turris doesn't really need to, so he just sort of like throws it back and hopes for the best.
I like to imagine he accidentally like eats the glass with
Yeah,
it.
eats the cup.
He just literally throws the whole thing back.
It's like Gene Wilder in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory when he eats the teacup.
Do I find anything suspicious about this? Well, just like we give him a platinum piece and then he gives us a drink.
I mean,
That's how
you
buying
heard
drinks
him.
goes.
He said that this sort of a thing with the badge. That's the deal with Dorathra, is that whoever delivers this gets a free drink as part of delivering the badge.
Dorathra said that too?
No, that's what
No,
he's.
that's the hidden meaning with Dorathra and Thrall.
Yeah, Dorathra just said, "Hey, deliver this for me."
And Seth seems to know this guy and is also drinking, so I'm drinking.
But would I connect that
No.
ticket?
Do it, or are you going to drink or not?
Are you going to drink or not?
Stubbs has already knocked one back.
Okay.
I'm going to grab
I don't-
Skender. I mean, yeah, Skender's a face.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna drink it.
Okay. Everyone else disappears.
Okay, bye.
You are now alone in the tap room of Danavar's house. And Drawl Drawl was going to drink it and then just threw it behind him and put it on the counter. Like looks at you and goes,
What the?
"Drink that.
What'd you do to my friends?
Drink it.
What did you do to my friends?
Drink
Gosh.
it."
It had to be Skender.
He's Skender.
What? So you can kill me too? Is that what this is?
Drink the damn drink, you idiot!
What?
And you
Escape
see,
on
like he raises his voice, and like the music starts to die down, and a lot of people start to stand up and turn towards you. Drink the damn drink.
Why though? What's the?
Just drink the fucking drink. It's not that hard. You put it in your mouth and you swallow.
That's what she said.
Dang it, Bobby.
Gosh dang it, Bay.
God damn it, Bobby.
Can't drink it if you kill me.
It's
Oh my
not going to
goodness.
kill you. Just drink
No,
the
no,
freaking
that was
drink.
Ash. That was Ash saying it. Can't drink if I can't say it.
Drink it, or you wait here until your friends get back.
Wait, what? I didn't even get back.
I cannot go into detail. Drink it, or you wait here until they get back.
I take a sip.
Okay, you disappear.
I take a sip.
Okay.
Only your hand disappears.
So
Yeah.
the rest of you, we're gonna talk for a few minutes because Skender was being a pain and didn't want to drink the drink. So
I want to get to my children. What this is getting
the
in the
rest
way.
of you appear in what appears to be a really nice parlor. Austere furnishings, and what appear to be about a dozen totally domesticated cats with wings.
Oh, here we go again.
What in the world is happening?
Roll
This-
Oh my-
roll an Arcana check. Malarakas, Stubbs, and Seth.
Hell
Oh, that shouldn't be an advantage, but it's fine. 16.
Okay, Malarakas, you haven't really heard of these, but Seth and Stubbs, you have. These are known as tressums.
There's one just kind of wandering around Candlekeep for a couple months. 15 years ago.
So yeah, these are literally just
Weirdo.
house cats with wings.
Wild.
Oh my gosh.
So cute.
Look at them!
And eventually, there's a sort of an older gentleman in sort of what appears to be some like navy blue robes, long white beard, white hair, glasses, and a staff. Sort of walks in and sees you. Hello.
Hi.
Cats are
This is
adorable.
quite the drink.
Yes, it's interesting.
Not only has the bar changed, the patrons turned into cats with wings.
Oh, the Tressums. No, those aren't
Yes.
bar patrons. Those are just cats with wings.
Just cats with wings.
Of course.
That
Just
They're quite
makes
friendly. And like a
I'll
few,
give
like one of them,
scritches.
one of them walks up to you, Seth, and starts purring and like rubbing on your leg.
yes, good kitty, I suppose.
There you
Pet,
go. There's your pet for the party. You've got
Yeah.
Bear, Jackson, Diclaris.
No.
Skender has a dog, which hopefully is okay.
Skender's
You've got Taurus. And now you've got a Tressum.
a tourist
Yeah,
isn't
I'm
a
not-
pet, though.
I mean,
Yeah, Taurus is
Bear.
definitely.
Turris, meanwhile, has like totally sat down on the floor and is just like picking up a Tressum, and it's just like pet, pet, pet.
I like the
Just
imagine
like
he has
Leonard
like just a
Declaris.
group of 3 of them.
Yeah. And like he picked what he's like petting one, and like he pulls its wing and like unfurls it to like look at it and like tries to see through it. Doesn't really see anything, and so he just keeps petting it.
Aww.
Oh, so cute.
So where are we? Who are you?
You are currently in Moongleam Tower.
What?
Moongleam
What?
Tower. Where is-
Moongleam Tower.
That's what I said.
Seth said what?
Where's that?
It's
Oh, we're
here in
still
Everland.
in Everland.
We're just in a different part of it.
Yeah, we're now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Dral informs me that you were sent by Dorathra. Is this true?
Yes.
So apparently we know not why.
All right. Well, Dorathra has apparently seen fit that you all are somewhat useful or capable to the harbors, and has basically requested that I grant you access to the teleportation network here in Moongleam Tower. So if you will follow me, at this point Skender just sort of boom, boom, and falls on his face onto the floor.
How great of you to join us.
Oh, there's more of
That's
you,
just
great.
from one sip. What the hell? Oh,
It's a doozy, ain't it?
You should have went for the whole thing. It would have been worth it.
oh, you're all okay.
If you drink the whole thing, you land on your feet.
What happens if you eat the glass with it?
He just floated down.
Yeah.
He sort of looks at you and goes, "What? It was a wooden cup. How did you eat it?"
I did not.
We didn't. It was.
Tur sort of looks up and waves and goes back to petting the Tressum. And he's like, "Ah, well. Okay. Follow me." And he sort of turns around and leaves the room.
Okay, follow him.
All right, so, Turris will sort of like look at you and look down at the cat and look back up at you and like stand up and carry the cat with him.
Just bring it with you for now.
So 1 second, sorry. Is there a handout for this?
Are these
I thought
ones
there was a-
nearly as chubby as Slobberchops was?
No.
Just
No.
regular cats.
Just regular cats with wings.
Yeah.
Well,
That actually move around.
Yeah, Slobberchops is just
here
carried
we go. I'll just show this to you
everywhere.
guys. Here you go. So he basically shows you the teleportation circle sigils for the towns of Mirabar, Everland, Neverwinter, Yartar, Waterdeep, and Loudwater.
That's helpful.
Basically, a mage stays stationed at these several different teleportation circles to allow people to harpers mainly, or anyone who they deem fit to have access to teleportation circles, to travel freely between these locations.
Great.
And
convenient.
Crowan will he introduced himself as Crowan Valhero, and he'll sort of
Nice.
if you could stay here and inspect this for 1 minute, I will be right back with another thing that Dorathra requested.
Oh, this is awesome.
He returns a few minutes later with what appears to just be a small wooden coffer. And just sort of hands it to Seth. There you go. Now, if you wish, I can send you back to the Danavar's house to finish your business, or you can feel free to use any of these sigils if you wish. It's entirely your prerogative. Feel free to let me know, though.
Lovely.
Let's
It seems
see.
your metal friend has become quite acquainted with one of the Tressum.
Yeah.
Apparently.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
sit
he
with,
likes things.
sit with Turris and pull a flower out of my hair and kind of like wave it in front of the Tressum. Try to get him to like paw at it.
Oh yeah, he'll bat at it.
Huh?
He looks amazed by it. There's something. 1 second.
I'll hand it to Turris so he can keep playing with them.
Okay. Okay. Fire Eyes, make a charisma check. Malarakas, make a charisma check for Turris.
For
Okay.
turns.
This is +5.
Oh, this is gonna go great. Oh,
10. -1.
Okay. Do you have proficiency in the animal handling skill, Fire Eyes?
No.
Okay.
But they can understand me.
Unfortunately,
beasts.
like they seem entertained by you, but they don't seem willing to leave with you.
We could have had another pet, guys.
Oh
Yep,
my
it's
gosh. This is
deep-
not Pokemon.
Actually, Seth, would you care to make a
Catch 'em
charisma
all,
check?
yo.
No.
Come on!
Never
Foiled.
mind then. The Tressum will play with you guys, but they seem pretty content to stay in
I
the
just
building.
like I see them like batting. It's like, yes, good kitty, and I like pat one on the head.
You are a cat. Yes, you are.
You are a cat. It will sort of like rub into your hand and purr,
Yes, yes, yes.
and then flutter up and like paw at your face.
Aww.
Stop that.
Lightning bolts the Tressum.
No, your disinterest only encourages the attention. Cats love to mess with the people that don't want to mess with them.
All right. Well, what do you wish to do from here?
I'll
Do you
go
wish to
get
return
other
back to
food.
Danavar's house? What do you want to do?
Go back, because
Yep.
I don't think any of these teleportation circles are going to get us much closer to where we need to be.
And
And
as
this
a heads up,
is-
you guys can easily sketch these circles.
I do so.
It will take.
Stubbs is already diligently writing in his.
It'll
Right.
take you guys roughly 10 minutes or so, but you guys can all, whoever wants to, I guess probably not Skender or Fire Eyes, but the other three can sketch out these teleportation circles.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
So,
play with Tressums.
We have access. I'm sorry, but we have access to these now.
Yes.
Correct.
This is so
You
cool.
you have access to these teleportation circles as long as the Harpers see fit.
Oh, well, thank you to the Harpers.
It's very kind of them. Yes, yes.
Your face seems very familiar to me.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
He like uses his staff to like lift up your chin and like.
I mean, it looks like half the people in this town.
That's true. You look like
He
me
said
when
that
I was
he's
younger.
from here.
Haha.
You said that he's from here.
Oh well. Welcome home, I guess. Anyway, are you all ready to go?
I'm gonna pull out some herbs that look like catnip and throw them out.
Please don't feed the cats.
Okay. But they look so hungry.
They are not.
They're the fattest
Look how
cats
fat
I've
they are.
seen.
I'm used to Tressums looking much plumper than this.
See many Tressums, huh?
I don't know. Have I seen? I don't know where they live. Have I seen any
No,
Tressums?
you have-
No, you've never seen a Tressum before in your life.
I've seen lots of cats.
The cats in Tressums are very different. Different metabolisms.
Yeah, these ones have like wings and fly and stuff, so they're a little more active.
Yeah.
So then they need more food.
That's no.
Let's go back.
Anyways, all right. Well, toodaloo. Good luck. Don't die. And you all disappear and reappear in Dinavar's house.
Neat.
Oh, bloody hell, that's not comfortable.
Why couldn't you
That's,
tell me about that?
Because I'm
You
not
could've just-
allowed to.
Can
You're
I
not
have
supposed
a
to drink
less
the frickin' drink.
teleporty drink?
Sure. What would you like?
Something with a good taste.
All right. Well, he'll sort of turn around and go, "No, not that one. That one.
No.
Not that one." And he'll sort of pull off what appears to just be sort of it's like a crystal glass decanter, and he'll sort of uncork it and pour it into a little cup and start it to you. Just a gold piece.
Cool. I'll give him 15 silver.
For a second, I was like, that doesn't add up, but it does. Okay. Well, thank you. And he'll sort of swipe it and put it in a pouch. Very, very fruity. Very good.
This is sex on the beach, isn't it?
Sex on the beach. It basically tastes like the teleporty drink that you had without the teleport.
Without the teleporty. Oh yes, do you have anything that's more teleporty?
Yeah, where
I
else
don't,
can you
but the
send
wizards in the
us?
tower might.
Oh, we should have asked.
Can I have another one of the teleporty drinks?
You want to bring me another platinum badge?
Maybe.
Yeah, about that.
Say, you seem familiar.
Yeah. I'm one of the
Yeah.
two
Have I seen
bombs.
you around here before?
The other
Yeah, I came here as a kid.
Hmm.
Or younger, I suppose.
He's still practically a kid.
Says you.
I mean, you're younger than all of us.
Barely.
I mean, age should not fool someone. Let's just be clear.
I mean,
Age should be no sort of rank type number.
but look at his baby face.
Zoe's first dice roll was a natural 20. Just saying.
Oh, yeah! She's destined for greatness.
She'll be the best of us. Well, you are welcome to stay here, drink, stay the night if you wish, or you are welcome to go about your business. To you. My name is Dral Falev. I will serve you should you see fit.
Do you know of any good shops around here? Any place to get magic components?
Well, the most immediate one is Duhan Goods, just around the corner.
Okay.
That one's it's
They'll
a
have
pretty big
components?
place. They should.
Okay.
If that fails, there is oh balls. Let me pull up a 5e generator real quick.
It seems like
He
you
pulled-
really had that one already planned out. Just
He-
right off
he
the top
pu-
of your
he-
mind.
He pulls out his iPhone.
Yeah.
It's
I
Shots
like to think he
near
pulls
me.
out like a
pulls
yellow
out a magical
pages.
tablet.
Just he casts
There's,
Yelp.
Signa and Eber's Hauberks. They tend to sell armor and stuff.
Oh. Well, Seth,
And
you
there's
could use some of
also
good
Lanta's
shop.
artifacts and relics.
Okay.
That's definitely one of my favorites.
Well, why not hit up all three? Surely between all three we can get everything we need. Thank you for your time and
Of course.
what time of day is it?
It's at this point it's probably 2-ish.
Okay. Are we staying here tonight or are we trying to pass through?
It's up
That's
to
what
you
we came
guys.
here for. And you
Skender?
obviously don't want to talk about your past. Unless, you know, your family could get us free room and board tonight.
I mean, we could stay with my parents, but I don't know if they have room for, all of you.
So we
Also
get our
just-
stuff, see what time it is from there, and then make a plan after that.
Sounds good to me.
All right, where are you guys headed?
Whatever the first shop that had the components, because the other
That
was
was
armor.
that was Duhan's goods.
Duhan's
Yeah.
goods.
It sounds like a general store.
Yeah.
So go there for a coat.
Okay. So you guys can leave and sort of go around the corner. Seth, man, how you feeling?
I turn the corner and I'm like, it's been a while.
Are you
hasn't it?"
prepping your speech? I'm all right.
Yeah, like internal monologue. I was just like, all right, don't let them bug you too much about
Don't
it.
let
Just
them in. Don't let them see.
it's okay. You'll be fine.
All right. Well, you guys can eventually come upon a storefront that looks pretty well off. This looks to be a pretty well traveled goods store. This is definitely bigger than Barthen's Provisions back in Vanillin, but that's not super hard. This is more akin to something that you would even think that you would find in potentially maybe Neverwinter or Waterdeep. This is a pretty decent shop for being all the way out here to the east.
It's
Okay.
nothing special.
And above the door it says Duhan's Goods.
Oh, this is the place. Okay. Push open the door.
Inside, it appears to be a fairly nice shop. There are shelves full of just general gear, rations, rope, torches, clothes. Against the sort of like in the back, sort of like at Spencer's, there's more of the magical stuff, some potions, what appears to be like a set of armor, a few scrolls. And there is a sort of a desk on the western side of the wall.
Who's working today?
It is your father,
Classic.
Gerald.
Always the workaholic.
Hello. Wait, do you say that out loud?
He's not really paying
Yes.
attention, but he's just like, hello.
I just
welcome
say
to-
always a workaholic under my breath.
He's sort of writing something down on the desk, but he'll say hello. Hello, welcome to Duhan's Goods. If you need help, I'm more than welcome to help.
It's okay, don't get up for your only son, who's left forever.
He sort of looks up and looks at you and goes, Seth! And he sort of like comes out from behind the desk and runs up to you and gives you a big hug.
Oh,
I
that's
give him like a
his dad.
half-hearted
All
hug.
the blondes in this place, and does
Uh,
his dad blonde?
He actually has brown hair.
All the people that could have looked like him.
And it's the one that doesn't at all.
I'm just like mumbling this to you.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to
I'm
see you too, Dad. It's-
Glad you're well. Are you
yes,
well?
I'm fantastic.
You seem to have made quite a group of friends. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
yes, everybody. This is my father.
I'm
Father,
Gerald.
this is
Um,
everybody.
Nice to meet you.
Hello,
all.
we are everybody.
Yes. That's
There we go.
us.
There's the party name. The Everybody's.
Yes.
Yes, this is Fire Eyes, Skender.
Hello. Oh, you're big.
Yes, we got Stubbs down here,
Oh, hello.
and Malarakas.
He sort of like takes a double take at Malarakas, but he still extends his hand for a handshake.
Dad, don't be
Nice to
weird.
meet you.
Pleasure.
And this is his robot.
Oh. Well, hello, his robot. Tourist waves.
Just there's waves.
Where's Mom? She in?
She's in the back. We just got a new shipment in, so she's cataloging it, making sure it gets to the right place.
All right, you guys stay and shop a bit, and I'm gonna go visit some people.
Can I get a general feel for like the relationship between those two?
Roll an insight check.
I don't think you need to roll. It seems
He
pretty
feels-
tense.
You can feel the tension in the room.
Do I need a dice roll for
Well,
this?
I just want to
feels-
see if I get anything more than.
It
He is
feels
distracted.
Really awkward. Like the father is ecstatic to see Seth. Seth does not seem to care.
It's like he went to hug him, and Seth just stood there, like both arms at his side, and got like the pat.
No,
pat
I
on the
did
back.
like a little. I did like a little, like, half-hearted, like, yes.
One
Seth.
arm.
It's
I
like
love
it's like
you.
when you go home to see family, but you aren't thrilled about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that's exactly what it is.
It's
It felt
when,
like
it's
that.
when like it's when like your aunt comes over and you're just like not looking
My, how
forward
much
to
you've
it.
grown!
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, that
thanks.
aunt that you don't know very well.
Yeah, exactly. The one you
Yeah.
haven't seen in like 10 years. Yeah.
And you're just like, that's great. I have no idea
Who are you? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember which of my parents you're related to.
Exactly. Oh, I'm your mom's sister. You're like, I could have fooled me.
That tracks.
I didn't know my
that
mom had sisters.
Yeah, exactly. She doesn't talk about you ever.
Ooh, yeah, that's a little too close to home.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Anyway, go talk to your mom.
Anyway.
Yeah,
me
so
get some
I
parts.
I rushed back to the back.
All right. What do the rest of you do?
I need incense and bird feed.
Okay. Easy enough to find. Those can. Oh, let me get D&D Beyond.
Oh, I thought.
How
this was
much
the dad
incense are you
saying,
buying?
I
Yeah,
need
how
10
many-
gold's worth of incense.
Okay, you can easily find 10 gold pieces worth of incense. And how much bird seed are you wanting?
A couple days.
Okay.
For for birds.
Are you talking
a
about
lot.
axe beak
Yes.
food? I don't think axe beaks eat bird seed.
They're basically bird.
They're,
And also,
Yeah,
that's a lot of
I think
birdseed.
they
That's
could
more
be-
than just a couple
aren't
days.
axe
Be a
beaks
nice
carnivorous?
I think they're more
Axe beaks
carnivorous.
are in fact carnivorous.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I wouldn't get birdseed then. We'll look for a butcher later.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have an axe for a beak.
I mean, that doesn't mean that they need to eat meat.
They are
They could
mainly
be
carnivores.
omnivorous.
They will occasionally eat stuff like sweet fruits and stuff.
I mean,
But
he's
they're
been eating rations just fine.
they
Yeah, exactly.
mainly
Rations is
like
basically
meat.
just jerky.
Yeah, jerky, dried cheese, nuts. It's trail mix.
It's just
Basically.
shelf-stable food. It's not.
Dried
grains.
cheese. What does that taste like?
Delicious. I have a bag of it.
Nah.
So do you, actually.
I mean, yeah,
Cheese
it's
jerky.
It's just Parmesan, basically.
Oh, I haven't eaten those yet.
They're really good. You should try them. Anyway, I just wanted my incense then.
Okay, yeah,
Very
you
salty.
can. He'll easily sell you
Maybe a
10 gold
nice
pieces
scarf
worth
or
of,
something.
Yeah,
Alright,
I want to buy
that'll be-
warm.
I guess-
How thick of a coat are you wanting, Malarakas?
I'm from the south. I want something pretty thick.
Okay, the thickest coat he has will go you about 3 silver pieces.
Triple
And
C on that stick.
effectively counts as heavy furs or cold weather. Yeah.
Oh,
It comes with like a beanie and mittens.
I'm not wearing all
as
those
well.
all the time. Mostly because I can't wear the beanie.
Puts the
Just
beanie
rip
on a
some
single
holes in
horn.
him.
Give tourist the beanie.
He's also got horns.
He's a robot.
And he's got a flower crown.
Doesn't need warmth.
Tourist will gladly take the beanie and try to put it on over his horns. Doesn't look real great, but
over the
it's for
horns
now.
and the flower crown.
It's like all lumpy.
But yeah,
so
there's sort of general store stuff in the front, and then there's some sort of magic-y stuff in the
And I
back.
also do want to look at that armor. Just
And
kind of
potions.
look it over.
There are actually 2 different sets of armor. Are you just inspecting it, or are you casting detect magic of some kind, or?
I mean, I'm just inspecting and seeing what it is because I'm not suspecting it's magical.
There is a set of ring mail, and there is a set of half plate. Which one are you gonna look at?
Well, the half plate's the only one I can feasibly wear, so I want to look it over that one.
Okay, roll me an Arcana check.
Ooh.
Okay, I'll say that you can just pretty well identify what this is since you have some experience in making magic items. This is just a generic +1 set of half plate.
I'll kind of find Fire Eyes, be like, hey,
Yes.
some pretty decent armor there, if you would like it.
Does it look like it would fit me?
I mean, maybe.
That's the joy of magic armor.
It's like a third
If-
plate with me, and that's not half plate.
In worst case scenario, I can kind of help resize it. Would that be?
Okay.
But I mean, I know this breastplate you kind of could have used similar vein.
Does this one have magical properties as well?
It's a little from just appearances. It seems just more magically protective.
Should
Just general
I take it,
purpose.
or should Seth take it?
I don't know if Seth can even wear it.
You're right. He's
'Cause-
pretty soft.
Yeah, he's pretty weak sauce.
That's, we prefer the term soft,
Soft.
because he's just so precious and just like a child. You know, you got to.
Yeah, a baby face.
Yeah.
All right, and from the back room, a lightning bolt's just.
I feel Seth's pain because this is exactly what you guys did to Kulf the whole campaign. He's like, I'm not a child. I'm older than all of you.
Yeah, the
Except
14-year-old was
that's not
calling you a baby.
I mean, sure, but you guys are still be like, oh, you're such a baby. And it's
Well,
like,
because you were less than 100.
I will
That's
kill
less
you
than
all
adult.
in your sleep.
Anyway,
I feel your pain, JJ.
It's
Just-
Even though you were also one who instigated it last campaign.
I know. It's because
I'll kill you later. It's
I
okay.
think you were the oldest last campaign.
Ugh, I missed that. Not gonna lie. Being the old man was the best.
I mean, we don't know if Valkyria
Yeah,
could be older.
Valkyria could have been who knows how old.
I'm going to sort of awkwardly sidle up to Seth's dad and be like, so,
Yes, how can I help you?
Starts crying.
no. It was a little painful seeing the family reunion and then realizing how awkward it was, but
They don't
so
have
you know what? Shut your
Sorry,
mouth.
okay, I'm gonna mute myself. It's
I haven't
make
even said anything.
Snarky comments in peace.
No, I'm not talking to you, Sawyer. Now I'm talking to you. Not like this, but
I'm
Okay.
talking to you.
Get on, you strange human man.
so what? So I guess. Crap! I forgot what I was going to say.
10 out of 10.
Well, all right. If you remember,
Oh, it's just
feel free to
it's about
ask.
it's about
I love that he just walked
Shut up.
up, started talking to himself, and then went, crap, I forgot what I was gonna say.
You distracted me, and so I forgot what I was gonna say. And I was like, "Well, what the heck? Let him forget too." It makes sense. I guess it's how long Seth been away from Everland?
A few years.
It's okay. How? What led him to leave?
That's private. I just met you, no offense, but
Mm.
I don't feel real inclined to go into family details with someone I just met.
That's, you know what? That's fair. I apologize.
If you are good friends, you can feel free to ask him later, but as for me, I would
Yeah,
prefer to
but-
keep my side of it.
He's not
Myself.
very forthcoming either. So
Well, then so be it. It's family business.
yeah. Okay. Wow, this was a great talk. Great talk, Skender. Okay, and he just walks away.
If you need anything, feel free to ask. But
He just walks away as he's saying that because he's just so embarrassed. He's so
Mind
he's
your own
like,
business, lady.
he's like,
Come on.
it's just
his
like,
friends
dang.
are weird.
Just,
Jeez.
Stubbs is thinking to himself, "Oh,
So
that's
stupid.
definitely his father."
All right, Stubbs, are you doing anything?
Well, I don't know. I'm having trouble here. Do you have any basic parchment and ink I need to refill for my journaling?
Just regular parchment and ink.
Aye.
Certainly. How much do you need?
Oh, about, I don't know. Enough for 20 more pages of writing?
Well, that can certainly be supplied. It would help if I could spell parchment correctly and not pockment.
Pockment.
That can... 20 sheets of parchment will run you about 2 gold pieces.
Okay, and then enough ink to write on it.
Ink. 1 ounce bottle. That's a little more pricey. An ink bottle will run you about 10 gold pieces.
Aye. And then, so 10 gold. That's,
Platinum.
wait, what?
Yeah,
That's 1 platinum, or it's 4 of the Ethereum?
Electrum?
5 is Electrum.
5 electrum. 5 electrum to a gold piece.
Just want you so okay. Then I hand him that, and then 2 gold. I let him 5 electrum and 2 gold.
Okay. Take it, and he'll sort of fiddle, like go to the back and come back with 20 sheets of parchment and an ink bottle. And hand it to you.
I thank you, good sir.
Of course.
You don't have any fine quality stuff, do you?
Oh, I mean, most of the magic stuff is back there in the back. I'm assuming that's what you're meaning is magic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all that is in the back.
Is it? Oh, it's somewhere like I can just look?
Yeah.
What do I see?
Well, you see what appears to be some higher quality parchment and ink that you would need for transcribing spells into a spellbook. But you also see a few potions, another set of armor, ring mail, as well as a what appears to be just like an ink needle that has written under it "Spell Rot Tattoo" and a spell scroll chilling next to it.
The needles is spell rot tattoo. Do I understand what that is?
Yeah, you've heard of magic tattoos. This is basically a spell rot tattoo is the equivalent of like an inked on spell scroll. Let me find it. Spell rot tattoo. Produced by a special needle, this magic tattoo contains a single spell of up to 5th level wrought on your skin by a magic needle. To use the tattoo, you must hold the needle against your skin and speak the command word. The needle turns into ink that becomes the tattoo, which appears on the skin in whatever design you like. Once the tattoo is there, you can cast it, spell requiring no material components. The tattoo glows faintly while you cast the spell and for the spell's duration. Once the spell ends, the tattoo vanishes from your skin. The level of the blah 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 blah.
How much is one of these?
It really just depends on the needle, or it depends on the spell.
Oh, the spell that I want it to be.
No, it has a specific spell of it. It just it depends on what the spell is in order to warrant the cost.
Yeah, so I was asking the guy how much it was or whatnot.
Well, that is, and he sort of like pulls up.
And what it was.
He pulls up his ledger and flips through it. That appears to be a spell rot tattoo with transcribed with the spell known as Guiding Bolt. That will run you about 100 gold pieces.
Guiding Bolt?
Guiding Bolt. It's a cleric spell that when you cast it, you make a attack roll, and then if you hit 4d6 radiant damage, and the next attack against them has advantage. Keep in mind, this is a one-use thing. This is the equivalent of a spell scroll, just in tattoo form.
Oh, and it's only a one-use one?
Correct. It's not like a once-per-day thing. It's a
It's not an actual tattoo. Okay. It's like a...
It's a super temporary.
It's the temporary tattoos that your kids get at the park.
Yeah, but it doesn't come off with water.
It comes off with the one use. Comes off after the one use. Okay. Okay. Alright. Well, then that becomes less cool.
Certain tattoos do exist where you are able to cast them once per day. However, they do get pricier.
Aye.
That's what happened with Kolth. Kolth got that haste tattoo, but it was once per day, but it was expensive.
Yeah.
Very.
And what is the scroll you have here? Am I allowed to open it and look?
Let me look up the spell real quick.
No, that's the mystery bin of scrolls. You just kind of reach your hand in there,
It's
jiggle it around, and hope for the best.
It's the $5 movie bin.
Yeah, you're not allowed to actually look inside. It just has like the generic black case, and you
that
just
is
kind of
a-
like buy one and hope for the best.
He flips through his ledger again. That is a scroll of color spray. That will also run you about 100 gold pieces.
Color spray.
It's like sleep, but instead of putting them unconscious, they are blinded.
Interesting. Okay.
It's essentially a flashbang grenade.
And okay. Let's see. All right.
There are several different potions as well.
Several different potions, huh?
Yeah, there is 2 that appear to be sort of reddish bubbling liquid. There is one that appears to be more of a liquidy silver, and one that appears to be more of a sort of a opaque blue.
It's this opaque blue one.
That is a potion of climbing. That will run you about 50 gold pieces.
Climbing, eh?
Mm-hmm. Allows you to gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed for, I believe, a minute. Or is it an hour? Potion of climbing. You gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed for 1 hour. During this time, you have advantage on strength athletics checks you make to climb. The potion is separated into brown, silver, and... oh, wait. No, that's not there. Never mind. So, yeah. You have climbing speed equal to your walking speed, and you have advantage on athletics checks make to climb.
I think I'm going to have to pass on these things.
No worries. All of it, or...
Would I be able to buy 50 gold's worth of the fine ink and paper?
Certainly. Yeah.
Buy 50 gold fine ink and paper.
Okay, that is 100 gold pieces total. Because it's 50 for the parchment, 50 for the ink.
Oh, 50. I meant 50 in total.
Oh, 50 in total? Okay, so that's 25 gold pieces of parchment and 25 gold pieces of fine ink. Which I don't believe is enough to transcribe a spell.
It's not. I'm just adding it to what I have.
Okay, gotcha.
I have already 300 gold pieces worth. I was just adding like 50 more.
Gotcha, okay.
Just stocking up when I can.
Alright.
Still haven't found a friggin' book, so...
Fair. Alright. Anyways, Seth. You in the back, you walk into the back while the rest of the party, you sort of walk through the beaded curtain. Just kidding, your family just has an old-fashioned curtain.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like a red velvet curtain. It's really not that crazy. And your mom is in the back, sort of looking through a crate, pulling stuff out, cataloging, and putting it on a shelf in the back. She is facing away from you.
I go behind her and I just tap her on the shoulder a little bit.
And she'll sort of turn around. Seth! And she'll also just give you a great big hug.
Hi, Mom. Give her a hug back.
She sort of pulls away and like puts her hands on your shoulders and like pats down your arm and like looks you up and down. You look well.
Yes, yeah, I'm great, Mom.
That's good.
Doing great.
What brings you to town?
Oh, just on adventure.
Well, you were certainly determined on that path, weren't you?
Yep, yep. I know you and Dad were super happy about that, but
It is what it is.
I'm back. How's everything been? How's the shop?
It's all right. We've been making it happen. We were the cult got a little crazy there for a minute. We lost a good chunk of our stock when they came into Everland, but we're slowly piecing it back together.
Good, good. Do you guys need a lot of help doing that, or
I mean, we'll always appreciate the help, but your siblings are making it happen.
okay? Well, just how's the family been?
Good. Eric and Amelia are they're growing. They're taking up a little bit more of the workplace hassle. Um, they're sort of helping me with cataloging and moving stuff around. They're not quite up to handling the books yet, but they're helping just sort of sign for stuff. And well, Kurth is a little young for all that.
Right, right. Where is he?
He's upstairs.
Okay. Well, yeah. I'm gonna go say hi to the rest of the family if that's okay.
All right. Well, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
How do you know how long you'll be staying?
I have to talk with my friends about that.
Oh, you have friends?
Yes, Mom, I do have friends.
I'm just kidding.
Yes,
Well, all right. Well, let us know. I'm sure we can find a place for you all, assuming that you don't have the small army with you.
there's oh gosh, how many of us are there? There's five
Quick
people.
maths.
5 people plus a automaton of some sort.
I'm sure we can scrounge 5 people. We may not have full rooms, but we have a good enough sized family room.
Well, yes, I know, but we can always just stay across the street or something, Mom. It's not that big of a
We,
deal.
we really don't mind.
Yeah, I know. But I'll talk to them about it. Okay. Well,
Okay. Go see your siblings. They'll be glad to see you.
and I'll head up to
All
the
right. She'll
fan area.
she'll sort of like watch you go up and sort of like do like the thing where like her arms extended, like she taps her thighs, and then awkwardly turns back around and goes back to cataloging. Upstairs, this is about how you remembered it. Not much has really changed. Um, the family room, the front room is the my mind totally just blanked. The family room is still just kind of dirty and a mess, but it's not like hoarder's mess. It's just like
No, it's
people
just
people aren't
lived
picking
in.
it back to themselves, kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's just
Um,
lived in.
but your parents' room is still at the end of the hall, and your room is it was your room, and then Eric's room, and then there was Amelia's room across the hall. And Kurth was staying with Eric at the time.
Right. I'll pop into my room real quick and see how it looks, or if somebody's moved in.
Okay. Your room is relatively unchanged. It does not seem like a single thing has been touched in your room since you left.
Stubborn parents.
The bed is still made. The desk is still untouched. There's a very, very fine layer of dust on everything.
I'll head over to Eric's room.
Okay. Eric does not seem to be at home, but Kurth is, and Kurth is currently sleeping. He's taking a good old nap.
Good old nappy nap. I'll go over and just kind of like give him like a little pat on the head, and
He'll sort of like do the thing where he's just like, and like stretch. Is it lunch yet?
hey, buddy.
His eyes shoot open, and he's like, Seth, and like he flies out of his bed and like wraps his arms around your neck, and is like, you're home, you're home, you're home. Are you staying?
We haven't decided yet. Okay, I got some friends here. And they're gonna.
You have friends? Are
Yeah.
they weird?
Oh, you don't even know the half of it, buddy.
Well, I mean, if they're your friends, they have to be weird, right?
Hey. I see your older brother's sarcasm is rubbing off on you.
Well, I had to learn it somewhere.
It's true.
Oh, I almost dropped my die. He's fiddling with the D20.
Are you getting into the devil's game? How dare you?
No! It's just a role-playing game. I play with my friends.
Mom, I swear!
Mom, I don't work for the devil. Anyways,
Well, I'm back. I just wanted to come say hi.
well,
How have
hi.
you been?
I'm all right.
You're so big, I didn't even recognize you half the time, man. Holy cow!
It's fine. He's like maybe 7 or 8 at this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's probably like 8 or 9, probably around now. Holy cow, kid! What's Mom feeding you? You've got about a foot and a half since I've seen you last.
Well, you know, the good old growing formula that Dad always talked about.
Dad was kind of a weird one, isn't he?
He's still a weird one.
Yeah, for sure. Have you started school and all that? And
Yeah. I've been getting along. I don't quite focus in class all the time.
oh, of course not.
But I do just fine.
Always been a hyper kid.
Yeah. I
What
don't
would
know
you
I don't know what HD is, but the doctor told me I've got 80 of them.
That's amazing.
Well, would you like to come downstairs and meet some of my friends?
Absolutely.
All right, buddy. Come on.
And he runs past you and just down the stairs, friggin' ka-chow, like borderline Naruto running down the stairs. Like,
Oh, slow down, buddy.
so as sort of you're cashing in for the fine parchment and ink stubs, you see sort of just like this 8-year-old kid, like he's like your height, bust through the curtain and is like, whoa!
Calm down.
And like runs up to you and like looks at you. You're real. And like runs away from you and like is running around and goes up to Fire and like
I'm
Fire.
back.
You're sort of looking at some cloaks, and eventually you just sort of like see like out of the corner of your eye this 8-year-old kid is staring up at you. He's just like, whoa.
I'm gonna go
You're
invisible,
tall. Oh!
and then I'm gonna step around him.
He sort of like moves his hand in front of you to see. Whoa, she teleported. Whoa, that's so cool.
Hello.
And like he'll run to the end of the row and like turn around and hide behind it and like look around at you. Oh, you can teleport? That's so cool. Seth, can you teleport?
No. She didn't teleport. She went invisible.
That's the same thing, right?
It's not the same thing, buddy.
Oh. Well, I mean, but I moved my hand in front of me and I couldn't find her.
That
I can
she
teleport.
walked. Yeah, she can teleport.
I can.
Cool.
I'm gonna cast Misty Step and appear 30 feet away.
Oh right, I forgot you can't.
You're outside.
You're outside the store.
And then I'll open the door.
Okay. Whoa! She teleported through the door. Seth, can you teleport through doors?
Yes,
I-
can you teleport through the door?
No,
Didn't prepare that.
I don't have Misty Step. Okay.
How do you not have Misty Step?
I don't have Dimension Door or Disney Step. I don't have any
You
of
don't
that
have
stuff.
Disney Step?
Disney Step? You don't have
Disney
Disney
Step.
Step?
I don't have Disney Step. It's the new musical craze.
What time of day? Time of our lives. It's High School Musical.
It's
So
dubstep but with Disney songs.
I walk up. I walk up to the kid and I'm like, "What did she just do?" And then I misty step on the other side of the door and then walk into.
Whoa! He sort of like runs
Wait, you
up the
should
door
mage
and
hand
like
it.
he sort of like walks up the door and like he just starts waving his hands and like he pushes his hands out in front of him like he's about to teleport and just sort of like punches the door and he's like, "Ow!"
No,
Are you okay, kid?
you
Yeah,
tried.
let me give you a hand.
He
And
looks
I
at- he
use
looks at
Mage Hand to
Skender.
open the door for him.
He looks at Skender and he's like, "Can you teleport?"
No. I am very boring.
Lame.
Yeah, I'm pretty lame.
You know what? He can.
Seth, your friend is like you. Lame.
I just look at him like, what the? Brother's not lame. They can't do this, and I'll do mirror image and make 3 copies of myself.
I'm probably the lamest in the group.
I have 4 brothers now. Alright,
I mean,
I have. He sort of like holds up his hand. 5.
5 brothers now, yes.
now.
Good job, good job.
This sounds like this sounds like a 7-year-old instead of an 8-year-old. Not that there's a
It's
big
not
difference.
that much of a difference.
know.
I'm like,
Yeah.
wow, yeah, you're right. That is such a difference.
Just just perks of my job, being able to.
He's not lame, dude.
No,
You know
I'm
how
super
hard he
lame.
hits?
I'm very boring.
You should see this guy with a sword. Or a hammer, I actually should say.
He was like, I don't see a sword. I see a sword on you. You got a cool sword.
I do have a cool sword, and I take out the sword. I show it to him.
Whoa. He sort of like looks at it. Can I hold it?
Yes, of course. Just
Sort of like holds it.
be very careful.
He's really like he like takes it in his hand. And like the blade goes down into the wood of the floor for a second, and he's like,
Yeah,
oops.
careful. It's okay. It's okay.
But he's like looking at it, and he sort of like picks it up, and he's sort of like, Seth, make a dexterity saving throw.
Ah! No!
yeah.
I'm about
He
to get stabbed.
He totally whacks you in the leg with it. It's the blunt. It's the flat side of the blade. Like it doesn't
Okay.
slash into your leg.
Okay, okay. I
But,
pick
but
it
like
up.
he sort of just starts flailing it around. Wah! Wah! And like
Oh,
smacks
whoa.
you in the side of the leg. Oops.
Hey, I said careful with that.
Did you give a child a sword?
I get yes, because
Whoa!
you
And
wouldn't
walks
give your...
up to Malarakas. Are those real? And he points at your horns.
Yes.
Cool. Oh, awesome. And like he sees tourists behind you, and he's like,
Oh, you'll like tourists.
he walks up to tourists and is like, "Hi," and tourist like waves at him.
He's not a very talkative one.
He doesn't talk.
No, he doesn't talk.
Oh, I wonder what his voice would sound like. Brr, I'm a metal man. Brr, brr, brr.
I think it would be more of beep boop. I am a metal man.
Funny. Can you say that, metal man? Tur's like looks at you, Malarakas, and shrugs.
No, he not able to speak yet.
Oh, you're
But
cool,
I
Mr.
can
Man.
sort of speak for him, and I'll take like a ball bearing, and I'll say, "Beep boop, I'm a robot." I'm just gonna like toss it to the kid.
Beep boop, I'm a robot. Whoa! Seth! The ball talked to me!
Yep, it did. That's coming from tourists right there.
He sticks it in his mouth.
No,
What?
none of that.
It spits it back out.
No, that's
I'm a robot. It still talks.
no. It still talks.
Don't swallow it. Please.
Yeah, that.
He sort of like looks at you, Malarakas, and starts to put it towards his mouth.
No. Please, no.
I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that.
I'll tell you.
Remember, that's
Listen, don't get me
Turris's
in
voice. You don't want Turris to lose his voice, do you?
Oh, that's right. And he goes up to Turris. Here, mailman. And Turris like holds out his hand, and like the ball gets placed in his hand. And he's sort of like looking at it, and he holds it, and sort of like puts it against his throat, and you hear it sort of just broken. Beep boop. I'm a metal man. Like just sort of like very muted Malarakas coming from the ball bearing.
And like vibrating up against the metal.
Yeah, it's rattling against the metal, and Turris is just like shrugs, opens up his chest, and puts the ball bearing in it. And the kid is like, oh, and like runs away because Turris just opened his chest. Metal Man can open his chest.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, isn't he?
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, there's not a person in there.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not a person per se. It's mostly just a construct. I don't know. How do you describe him? This is your thing.
That's a grand question. He is a machine of sorts. Sort of like a forge, just that walks.
What's that in his chest?
It's a ball bearing.
No,
Mud.
Lots of mud.
the circle thing. And he's pointing at the soul coin.
Does
That's
anyone else notice what he's pointing at?
Well,
I
but like,
You've all noticed.
yeah, but we don't know what it is. Like,
Oh, we've all noticed it, but don't know what it
We've
is.
seen it. Yeah, it's
You
one of those.
just think it's a weird, like, decorative design.
Alright, fair enough.
It helps him move.
Cool. Can he fly?
Um,
If you push him off the height of the building.
theoretically.
Cool. Awesome.
Well.
Anyways. I'm gonna go back to my nap now.
All right, buddy.
You guys should stay.
Well, we'll think about it. Okay.
Okay. Well, before you leave, just come say bye.
Yeah. Don't worry.
And he sort of waddles back up the stairs.
Cute kid.
That was high energy.
He's a very sweet kid.
Yeah, he's probably the only reason why I ever would consider coming back home. Long term. It's kind of been rough. I haven't seen him since he was a toddler, basically. So
Why
it's
did
kinda-
you?
Aye, so that's just why he left. Toddlers, there's something.
Is this Brando or Stubbs talking?
That was totally Stubbs. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a very blurry line.
Why did you leave in the first place?
You're looking at it. This whole shop thing is why I left.
Not the life you wanted.
No, my family is kind of a big deal here. And I didn't care for politics or sitting behind a desk all day doing this.
They didn't want you to pursue your dream of being a musician.
More or less, sure. Not exactly a musician, but yeah, we can go with that.
You're right.
what is it that you want to do then? Because you've said that you're collecting stories, but
Well, I
why they
wanted adventure. I wanted to see the world and see what stories were out there. They wanted me to stay behind that desk my dad was sitting at earlier. And I look over there. Is he just sitting there again?
Yeah, he's sitting there
Yep.
flipping, is marking stuff in the ledger.
Yep, that's sounds about right.
What about the stories you're missing here?
There's really not much stories to be had here. Not the ones that I'm interested in, at least.
Not to be
And
hateful or
And
anything.
it's hard to hear those stories when you're being stifled.
Like, the story that we have here going, he would have never found if he would have stayed here.
Yeah, there's. You think I ever would have been asked to the. Oh gosh, wait, hang on, I gotta. What's the tower name again?
Moongleam Tower?
Yeah,
Mo-
Moongleam.
You ever think I would have ever seen the inside of Moongleam Tower if I would have stayed here?
I mean, it's right here, so possibly.
No one gets invited in there. No one. That's like strictly off limits to anybody who's not a harper or involved with any number of different things. But a person on the council, that wouldn't have been someone who would have been invited.
Very well, it's your
Oh.
own life, but just, I guess, trying to figure more out about you.
I know, it's not where I wanted to be, and it's not where I should be.
You
Can't
gotta
be
stretch your
easy.
legs every once in a while, if nothing else.
Can't be easy when it's not something that the parents support.
Yeah, they definitely sounded supportive when I left. Oh yes, go off, find yourself, have a good time.
They were thinking that you'd find yourself back here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sure I will hear about it tonight when we stay. It'll be
When?
late.
Do you want to stay?
Well, if we do, that's.
No, that's not what I asked.
I.
Do you want to stay?
I'm fine with staying. I can survive one night around my family. And I do want to see my siblings, the rest of them. They're out and about right now, so I would like to at least say hi to them. But
Okay.
it's up to you guys. I'm cool doing whatever.
Okay. Well, before we head to the next shop, excuse me, potion seller.
Yes?
I'm
I
going
was-
into
Are you
battle.
going
looking-
into battle? Do you
I-
require
no.
my strongest potion?
I do require some potions because I think that my friends here have perhaps who's had their potion. Like I still have mine.
I still have mine, I think.
Skender drank his.
I think yeah, I drank
Turris
mine.
gave mine
I have
to...
Yeah.
I have one healing potion.
That's right. Turris force-fed Seth the potion. Drink the potion.
Yeah.
Drink it.
Well,
I
I
have
said
one.
give it to him with the intention of him handing it, but he just fed it to
Sure.
himself.
It just rubbed my throat.
And got max
What is-
healing.
Oh wait,
What
I
is
think I
the-
gave mine to someone else because I don't see it in here.
What's the
anymore.
name of the store again?
This is
This
just
is-
literally Seth's or Duhan
Du-
goods.
Duhan's goods.
Duhan's Goods.
I'm gonna kick myself if later I watch this back and I actually call it something different the first time.
No, it's
No, you call
you've
it
been
Duhan's
consistent.
goods.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
Randomly changes to Duhan's
Seth.
Emporium.
Duhan's Fancy Emporium. What you got? We got it.
So perhaps 3 healing potions, and how much is that armor?
Well, the potions we have are over there. There's the, and he sort of like comes up from behind the desk and points out the sapphire one that Stubbs was looking at. This is a potion of climbing. He looks at. He pulls out one that is. It's a sort of a red bubbling liquid, in what appears to just sort of be a faceted crystal flask. This is a potion of greater healing. Puts that on the shelf, and then it pulls off another one that is similar, but it's a little bit smaller. This is just a regular potion of healing. And then he sort of pulls. It's not so much a potion as it is like a mason jar. It's like a mason jar of just this silvery gray liquid that like he shakes, and like something moves around in it.
This is my custom moonshine.
This is something I'm impressed that we didn't lose when the cult showed up. This is a potion of storm giant strength.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm impressed that we didn't lose this, but I guess it just
impressive.
kind of looked like moonshine. Really bad moonshine.
Well, I mean, moonshine's very clear, but yeah.
How much are each of these?
The greater healing will run you about 250 gold pieces.
Even with the family discount?
I can bring it down to 200. And then the regular potion of healing will cost you about 50.
And that was for all 3 potions, or just for the storm giant and the?
That was just the potions of healing.
Oh, just
the storm giant, the potion of storm giant strength will run you. It's quite a pricey potion. It's going to start somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 gold.
Oh, yeah. And how much for that armor over there?
Keep in mind, a storm giant strength potion makes your strength 27.
Yeah.
For an hour.
I mean, just think of all the times you guys called me weak.
Yeah,
all of a
that's when you're gonna
sudden,
use
Fire
it.
Eyes is ripped.
For an hour. Or 10
Hey,
minutes. Or
have you been working out?
That's the whole reason she would buy it. Anyway, how much for that armor over there?
Oh, the ring mail.
If that's
Or the
on
half plate.
I think it was a half plate.
Half plate.
It's a half plate.
The half plate will start at about 700 gold.
Okay.
The ring mail is not so much magical as it is made out of a very fine material. It is made of adamantine. And this starts in the neighborhood of about 300 gold pieces.
That's no crits, right?
Correct.
Yeah. But it is also heavy armor, which
It's
none
heavy
of us
armor.
can wear.
Yeah.
So,
I think technically I could wear it. It just brings.
No, you don't have
No,
proficiency.
because barbarians don't have heavy armor.
Oh,
you could wear
light
medium armor.
Yeah.
Light
You
and
can
medium.
wear half plate.
What would the half plate bring the AC to?
18.
Half plate is 14 plus your dex mod.
No, it's 15 plus your dex mod max
15
of
plus
2.
your dex mod max of 2, and it's a +1 enchantment. So
Okay.
basically 16 plus your dex mod max of 2.
Okay.
So it would bring your AC to 18.
Yeah, 18. Seth, would you like something like this?
No, I can't.
Oh, you can't wear it. I already suggested it. Never mind.
None of us. I can't wear any of this stuff.
You can't wear any of it?
I can only wear light armor.
He's got light armor.
But we can resize your light armor, Fire Eyes.
Oh, the leather armor?
Just studded leather.
Oh, yeah, we could.
Or I can just go buy some other ones.
We have
It's
studded
not a
leather
big
for
deal.
sale here, if you wish.
You're going to sell it to your own son?
I mean, it's a business. It's perfectly understandable.
It's family.
Yeah, but I
I
also
could
need to.
resize it.
Or
Take me a
of course,
little
you
bit, but I could
do
resize
that.
it.
It's possible.
What'd you say?
Or you could just resize it. It's possible.
Okay, well, let's shop, and I guess we're coming potentially back here later, so, it's
But
nice
think
to
about
meet
it.
you.
Well, if that's the case, I look forward to seeing you all again. Be safe, and hopefully look forward to seeing you later.
Be safer with some extra armor.
What?
Nothing.
Nothing.
What'd you say?
Meredith said it. I said we'd be safer with some extra armor.
It's for sale.
He said there's studded leather armor there.
I mean, I'm wearing studded leather armor. That would be for
I
you.
know. Yes, I know.
And
But
there are still 2 more shops.
Yeah.
There's. You were also suggested. I lost the 2 other names because brilliant. So
Number 2.
We're gonna have these 2 different shops instead. There's Balaya's Extraordinary Oddities, and there's also everyone's favorite armorer in town, the Unicorn's Armory.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, which one do you guys want to go to first?
Like,
apparently you
I'm
guys are obsessed with armor, so might as well just.
not
go to
great
the
with
armory.
names, but that seems a little.
The unicorn?
It seems a little pretentious.
Oh, I hate to break it to you. Literally everything in this town is pretentious.
Ugh.
Oh, fantastic!
That's another reason why I had to get the heck out of here. Pretentious is basically their favorite adjective.
Right.
Oh dear.
To the unicorn.
Okay.
To the unicorn.
To the
Alright,
Unicorn.
take Jackson with us.
The unicorn.
Okay. So you guys come up to what appears to just be like a single-story walled building, and it seems to be a modest shop. But outside there is a sign that has a what appears to be an armored unicorn rearing up on its back legs, with under it that says the Unicorn's Armor.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
You guys think this is the place?
I'm gonna assume so, yeah.
I was looking for something different, perhaps. Like, I thought that maybe it'd be misleading and have, like, a starfish on it or something. But, yeah, this is probably
I think the unicorn is really just drawing guys away from the sign.
Alright.
All right.
Sorry
So
if
you
I
go-
missed anything.
You go inside. There are a lot of mannequins with armor on them.
Do any of them have unicorns on them?
Make a perception check.
All of them have
Yeah, I know.
I
a
was this.
unicorn horn
Oh,
on
you
the
list
mannequin.
this?
There is a
Yeah.
set of studded leather armor.
Oh my gosh!
With a unicorn on it, and there's also what appears to be a
you,
shield
Seth.
with a unicorn on it.
I don't think I can't use a shield. I've got a two-handed weapon, so
You
Correct.
definitely cannot
Yeah.
use a shield.
can I attach the shield to my bow?
I was thinking about the logistics of attaching like a small
Like a buckler
buckler
shield?
style. Yeah, but I think it still would not be
It
great.
doesn't really work with a
Yeah.
shield
They're off weight.
or with a bow.
But now me or Skender could.
No, and then there's an elf in the back who sort of looks at you and goes, "Ah, hello, welcome to the Unicorn's Armory. How can I help you?"
Take a
Feel free to
guess.
Feel free to take a look around, and I am more than willing to help if you need it.
Where do you get your wares?
I make them,
Really?
Ah, craftsman.
indeed, and a minor enchanter.
Ooh. I have my
Enchant
attention.
miners here? How dare you?
Is
Okay,
he
let's get
really
your
telling the
I'm
truth?
calling the police.
Roll
It
an
helps
insight.
you dig faster.
Roll an insight.
Oh, really? Come on.
He seems like a craftsman.
Like a
Do I know if he's a craftsman or not, or
Insight.
if I know he's just kind of bullcrapping people?
You've heard of Unicorn's Armory before, yeah. Braka seems like a good enough craftsman.
Yeah, yeah.
You have
he,
no reason to believe that he wouldn't.
he makes all of his stuff here. He's one of the best ones in town, to be honest.
How much do
Listen,
you?
you did. Just because your wife is dead, you don't need to find a beef with every blacksmith in the world, Ashley.
oh, it's not. It,
Wow, Sawyer!
Geez, Sawyer. First of all, it's just something he generally
First of all,
does.
how dare you?
And-
Why does it matter if they're blacks?
What?
Why does it matter if they're black?
That's
Those
a
are
little
good guys.
blacksmith.
Yeah, what if they were a Mexican?
You guys are so funny.
We're hilarious. Thanks for noticing.
I'm gonna kill you.
Bring it on, buddy.
Smite me, you coward.
Right, you won't.
Um,
Oh, I whispered those rolls. Gosh dang it.
Haha, get wrecked!
Haha, get wrecked.
Anyway,
Have 81
I'm
points of
still
lightning
alive.
damage.
How much?
Counter
71.
spell.
That's not how that math works.
Is there something comparable to the armor that we saw in Seth's dad's place or Seth's family's place?
There is a lot of different armor here compared to the Duhan's goods,
yeah.
because this is specifically for armor.
Wait,
We have a little
you
bit of
can
everything
see
at my
what
place.
appears to be a set of hide armor, a breastplate, 2 chain shirts, a set of studded leather, and 4 different shields on the wall.
So no half.
No half plate.
Anything look like it would protect me as well?
Roll an Arcana check.
Well, I'm asking Malarakas, who was the one that pointed out the armor in the first place.
I will look through them to notice if there's any like minor enchantments, just kind of for craftsmanship.
Go for it.
Ka-choo! I'm gonna use a flash of genius on that one.
Okay. I would also give you advantage because you're used to this.
Cool. Again, I'm still using the flash of genius though, so it's a 38
Okay.
or 32.
Holy crap.
32. Okay. Yeah, so it appears that the hide armor and all of the shields, as well as the studded leather armor, is magical. However, the breastplate, and the chain shirts are not.
Well, it looks like your best bet for being more protected fire eyes is probably going to be that studded leather. Unless you want to pick up a shield.
I really don't. Makes it hard to get my bow.
And hide isn't terribly protective to begin with, so
I believe it also gives you disadvantage on stealth checks
yeah.
No.
So
All right,
because it's creepy.
that studded leather is probably your best bet.
but it's called hide.
Wow.
That's why you need refined hide.
I hate that
wondering
joke.
where Jekyll
Thanks.
was.
What, Brando?
I was just wondering where Jekyll was.
Boo. All of you. Boo.
As I get kicked from the chat.
JJ's leaving.
Okay, well, nothing here that interests me. It's up to you guys. Anything?
How much is the studded leather that you got here?
No, there's no stud. Wait, was there stud?
There's magical studded leather.
Oh, I thought the hide was magical. Sorry, my bad.
No.
The
It
hide
is.
is magical, as is the studded leather.
Got it. Okay, anyway, sorry. I listen, I promise.
Give me a second. That is a set of what is known as glamored studded leather armor. So it mechanics wise, it provides a +1 bonus to AC, and you can also use a bonus action to speak the armor's command word and cause the armor to assume the appearance of a normal set of clothing or some other kind of armor. You decide what it looks like, including color, style, and accessories, but the armor retains its normal bulk and weight.
It's disguise self, but for the armor.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Got it.
It's +1 disguise self studded leather armor.
How much is it?
It will start at about 500 gold pieces.
Oofa doofa. That's a lot of money.
I mean, but we can get something more protective for about that much, so.
Listen,
Sarah sort of leans over to you, Seth. I can help you with it if you want.
What? What?
What?
What do you mean? What do you
I
mean
have
by that?
money.
Oh, the money? What? Why are you so anxious to...
I don't know. Some other being wants me to be your friend, so I'm gonna try to be your friend.
Oh, okay.
Let me be your friend, dang
it! Please!
She rips your face off.
wow.
That's
I
one
want
heck
you
of
to
a
be my
friend.
friend. You can buy me a
Plot
potion of
twist.
stone giant strength.
I don't have that.
We would be best friends.
Yes, we would.
That's like about
is
the
not-
top tier for
This is not
white
Tyrion
armor.
Darrington meets Vox Machina, okay? What were you saying, JJ? Sorry.
Like, studded leather is basically like the top tier of the light armor.
Yeah, it's top tier light armor.
But if I get
Yes.
new armor, you can have mine.
Yeah, but
Same
yours isn't
size.
+1.
Oh yeah, right. This is +1. Never mind.
Yeah.
And
So-
fancy.
Unless
Untitled,
we want to buy like the cheap stuff and then have Malarakas or somebody do enchantment hunt or something.
That would require us to go all the way back to the forge.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I mean, I could.
Malarakas and Gundren could get it done, but that requires you to go back to Phandalin and take time.
Yeah. I don't have the materials to freehand one on the road.
He can't free ball it.
Can you just squeeze one out real quick and
And all my infusions already used up. So.
Poop out a magical item real quick.
I'm
Oh,
going
studded leather
to.
armor! Wow.
I'm going to look suspiciously at the shields.
suspiciously?
There are 4 shields. One of them is emblazoned with a unicorn.
That one with the
Yeah, but
unicorn
she's
looks
looking
rather
suspiciously
frightening.
at it. So how many are there now?
Is one actually a mimic?
You won't know until you touch it.
I look over at the storekeep and the guy and go, "What kind of enchantments are on these?"
2 of those are +1, and the other 2 are Sentinel Shields.
What is? Remind me what Sentinel Shields would do.
Would just give you
Advantage
a
on,
sentinel feat?
on initiative rolls and perception checks. And it's a shield.
Ah.
That's how Tolnak was able to get also an obscenely high passive perception.
Wait, so say that again.
It gives you advantage on initiative rolls and wisdom perception checks. Besides that, it's just a regular shield.
I'd recommend you going with one of the
One.
standard bonuses. You seem to be pretty quick to hop in the fight.
Could you?
I recommend you go with the unicorn one because it looks cool.
I'm not going with the unicorn one.
But what if your daughters love unicorns?
Well, for your information, last I checked, they don't.
Yeah, would he already know if his daughters loved unicorns?
It's been a while since
Well,
he's seen them.
when were you last home?
It's
He's
been.
been traveling a while. Wait.
Yeah, maybe he's just a bad dad.
Maybe that's why.
Do you,
Never mind.
do you
I'm not
say
gonna
that
say
actually?
Wow.
Do you say that out
No,
loud?
he's saying that to the DM. I think, right?
This is a JJ
Yeah, well, I
copy,
wasn't
not a
talking
copy.
Do you say maybe he's a bad dad out loud?
No.
Okay.
I would
I'm not
like to
gonna break your-
rage.
I'm not gonna absolutely break your heart because
Yeah.
of that. Like, your wife just died.
Allegedly.
Seth can read the room a lot better than that.
Wait, his wife is dead?
Oh yeah, Brandon missed that.
Oh.
Oh.
No!
Where have you been? Oh, right.
Right. Yeah, awkward news, bud.
Yeah, that letter I received was to inform me that my wife was dead and that my children are missing.
Oh my gosh, I knew that the
Right. The thing that we're
Stubbs
trying to do is
Stubbs has been zoned out for the past several days.
Wait, what?
He just now snapped back into reality. Wait, your wife is dead?
wait, hold up. What?
Sorry,
He was busy counting.
sorry
Well, in a way,
until after the break, Stubbs is a very disoriented
We haven't even
character.
taken a break yet. That's my bad. Do we want to take a break?
Well, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to break. I just meant like that's usually around the time that after that,
Right.
Stubbs
Could
pays more
we
attention.
take a break and just finish our shopping off stream?
Sure, we
Yeah.
can do that.
Unless anyone has any role playing stuff they want to do for shopping, but we've done
no.
quite a bit.
I already
of
did
that.
mine. I bought
Already done.
paper.
Okay.
It was really
All right, I
intense.
Well, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll return at 15 till, and then we will resume. Ready, break. Meh. Okay, so. Oh boy, that's not good. So you guys are picking back up, and you guys just finished shopping, and I'm assuming you are returning to the Duhan's goods store.
Yeah.
All right. It seems we are still waiting on a few of our party members, so we'll wait a second.
Well, if we're gonna wait a second, how much is the shield? The shield +1?
The shield +1 starts at 500 gold pieces.
Okay.
Hey, does anyone sell like paints or markers?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to buy some of those too.
Okay. A set of paints will be 10 gold pieces.
Okay. And they're permanent?
I mean, yeah, they're paint.
Okay, thanks.
That's some expensive paint.
They're really nice.
Remind me the price for the shield again.
500 gold pieces.
500 gold pieces. Okay. Shield +1. And I do not get the one with the.
Hmm?
I do not get the one with the unicorn on it.
Okay, well that wasn't one of the +1 ones anyways.
Okay, that's fine.
One of the Sentinel Shields was the one that had the unicorn on it.
That one didn't really make much sense for me because I already have advantage on initiative.
Exactly.
The only thing I'd be getting is the perception.
That would also give a +5 bonus to your passive perception.
You don't need it.
It would go up to 19, which is crazy, but at the same time, it's still not really.
Okay.
Okay.
And then how much for meat for Jackson?
We'll just say
I just need like the slops and whatever's left, because he's
for
not
just
fancy.
the leftovers to last you a while, like 5 gold pieces.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Got it.
The architecture of this place is fantastic.
Really is.
Thank you. It was a custom job. Ah, my son is back.
Yeah, I'm back.
My son. Hello.
It's like that awkward moment when you like have a sleepover at a friend's house and they're like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom or something," or they're just gone for a while and you're like, "Hi,
Just hanging out with their
Turner."
parents.
Yeah.
No, it's even worse if you wake up early.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
the
you're
worst.
downstairs, like, wondering
And
if you can grab a bowl of cereal, and they're like, Mom comes downstairs, you're like, hey!
Yeah.
And they're like, hey.
Question.
You're
Are
like-
they...
And they didn't give you a blanket, so like you're all like you're
You're freezing.
You're under the couch cushions, like.
I have a question. Are Seth's parents... Are they older than me?
Yes.
Okay. I figured, I just wanted to confirm.
I mean, you're pretty young to have
Well-
a 25-year-old.
Yeah,
Doable.
I mean, like, it's still possible.
Yeah, that would have put you at having a kid at 16.
Doable, especially in these times.
Very doable.
I mean, granted, it's not even his kid, so I guess it is
Yeah.
possible, depending on what his wife's age is, but yeah.
His wife was 73.
Oh.
Word, man.
Dang.
She was
Robbing
a
the cradle over here.
hardcore cougar, bro.
Okay. I guess we just go back to
Okay.
the store and figure out how to spend the night without being too awkward.
All right. By the time that you guys get back, the store's closed. But Seth, you know how to get in.
Yeah, it's just, you go down this alley behind here.
I'm
Under the
in.
mat.
The front room has been cleaned up. And there are a few blankets sort of setting on the table. Some pillows, because there aren't really enough rooms for everyone, but there's plenty of room in the front room. And Gerald is cooking dinner. Meanwhile, you hear Kurth is down at the end of the hall playing with Eric and Amelia.
Hello, Mr. Seth's dad.
Please call me Gerald.
Please call me Seth's dad. Mr. Seth's dad was my father.
Mr. Seth's dad.
Gerald it is.
Can we help with dinner or do anything?
This is almost done, so actually,
Set the table or
sure, I
Okay.
guess.
start setting the table?
Okay. And this is what role-playing home life feels like.
Yeah.
Weird.
Alright, you need to empty out the dishwasher.
What? Sorry.
I need you guys to empty out the dishwasher. Roll dexterity to not break the plate.
I dropped the plate. Dang it.
Roll performance check for changing your child's diaper.
You put it on their head.
Roll dex save to not get peed on.
Yeah,
Roll
for real.
dex save to not get gotten on.
Yeah. Okay.
Roll a con save to make it to the toilet in time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, awkward evening of
Yeah, this is,
uncomfortable glances.
unless you guys really have anything to do or really to role play out the night, it's somewhat awkward and tense. There's sort of some somewhat passive aggressiveness from Seth's mom about it. Seth's dad is just sort of
Oh,
like,
so you went adventuring, huh?
yeah.
Yeah,
So, how's adventuring going?
it's great, Mom. It's,
Did you meet anyone nice yet?
Shut
Yes,
up.
yes, I just look awkwardly at the rest of you guys, like.
No, yeah. So I like
uh,
Skender actually is like, are you implying that we're not nice?
I was just like, is this like a polyamorous thing or
What, Mom?
What?
Oh my
Absolutely.
gosh, Mom!
I mean,
And I'm
it
gonna
could
put my arm
but it's not.
around Seth.
I just I just look over.
Seth shrinks in his chair.
Just like, oh my gosh! I'm basically, my chin is like below the table.
Seth casts reduce and
Are you implying that the
please.
only reason that your son would want to spend time with people like us is for
I'm gonna
romantic
kick
reasons?
Skender under the table.
He's upset. He doesn't feel it.
He doesn't feel it.
I also have a strength of 6.
He has undiagnosed diabetes, guys. He honestly doesn't feel his feet.
I go to kick you and I kick the chair instead.
You shift the whole table.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, I know. I have a strength
yeah,
of 6.
no.
No, I don't.
Wah, wah.
Blah, 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 blah.
But yeah, the night can go by relatively without confrontation. Your siblings are more than happy to see you.
Yes, I'm very glad to see them. And
Eric's
I
a
spent-
little awkward because ever since you left, the head boy duties kind of got shoved on him.
Right.
And so
I spend most of the time talking and hanging out with my siblings and just
okay.
generally doing that kind of nonsense.
Yeah,
I'll try and keep Mom away from him. Like,
Okay.
just keep her busy.
Well, you guys can the night can relatively pass, and as you all bed down, Seth, where are you sleeping?
I'm sleeping in my old room because it's super awkward and I love every bit of it. Except I'm prestidigitating the entire thing.
So it's not dusty. Got it.
Yeah, just cleaning it.
Liamon's tiny hud in your room.
Just the warehouse.
Yeah,
You
my
shove Eric
room.
you shove Eric off his bed because it goes through the wall, and
This
you
is like
cut
the
Eric
end
in
all over
half on
again.
accident.
Oh, God. Oh, hubris! Oh, what have I done? I've never done This
It
is
looks
all
like a
employed by my mom to,
it looks like
to
a
get me
super.
to stop adventuring.
It looks like a supernatural episode. Like there's blood all over the walls. Like
It's that daddy daycare where he walks in the bathroom, he like looks
oh
at the
yeah, and
ceiling,
he's
like,
just
"Ah!"
horrified. That scene scarred me as a kid. I
The
was
scene
like,
is so
how
good.
awful could that be? All
The
right,
imagination is worse than reality.
well, pretty much. About as you're bedding down, Seth, your dad knocks on your door and is sort of like, "Hey, can I come in?" Is that
Yeah,
cool?
come on in.
So he'll sort of like walk in and close the door and like do the awkward thigh pat thing with himself. That sort of like
Yep.
walks over to the chair and sits down across from you. So I'm assuming this is not something you plan on quitting anytime soon.
No, I'm enjoying it out here,
Good.
for better or for worse.
By all means, if this is what you enjoy, do that. Your mother is your mother.
Yeah, I know. Just all
But
about preserving the legacy and all that. But
if you are happy, then that's fine. If you are determined down this adventuring path, then I never really talked to you about your grandfather, did I?
no, I mean I heard some things here and there, but not really.
Your grandfather was a very strange man. He dabbled in many things that some would call uncouth. There's a reason that I started a new beginning here in Everland, and that is because I fled him. I fled what he was doing to achieve my own sense of safety and stability and what I wanted to do. So I do not fault you for wishing to fly from the nest and do your own thing. Your mother will come around with time. She, hopefully. I don't want to live with that for the rest of my life. Hopefully she will come around. So, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. And your siblings are happy, they're glad to see you. We would like to see you more often.
That's yeah.
but-
I just don't, being around mom when she's like this, and it's
I
hard.
totally get it. Yeah. It's
And I mean, it's been hard being away for so long. I mean, all my brothers and sisters, they're so old now.
they grow up fast.
It's weird. I don't.
Yeah, I know how you feel. And I watch them every day do it. It's weird.
Yeah, it's just kind of interesting, and I do feel bad about missing a lot of things, but I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not. I'm not you. I'm not behind the desk all the time. I can't go play on the city council and do all that stuff. It's
I
just
understand.
not me.
Then allow me to give you an excuse to leave, I guess. He'll sort of pull out a letter, and he will say, "I got this recently from someone, I do not know who, that your grandfather's estate recently is up for grabs. The only issue is, it's hard to get to.
Where is it?
It's west in the Evermoors. Somewhere. The Evermoors is such a weird place that there are many mansions and castles there that have been ransacked over the ages and that fall into ruin.
Right.
Your grandfather's estate is one of them. I don't remember the exact place. I fled from there when I was younger than you. But if you wish to search for that, you may. I have no interest in going after it. And I don't feel brave enough to tell your siblings about it because I'm afraid they will go and do something foolish.
Yeah.
You at least seem to be capable, and you have a party of what appears to be capable people with you. So I am most comfortable with you going and doing it than any of your siblings. I just warn you, your grandfather was not a kind man. Be wary.
Was he like doing not good things? Was he? That's.
You could
Do
say
you
that.
have specific like? I don't. You don't. I guess you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. It's,
He was arcanely talented, and he liked to experiment, and sometimes did not super care about what the canvas was.
I don't like that. But I suppose I kind of understand what you're going with. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Dad. I appreciate it. The support and stuff.
That is, you are by no obligation to go and do that. In fact, if you want to stay away from it, I don't blame you in the freaking slightest.
Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be an interesting time, whatever's theirs.
But
Yeah.
maybe there could potentially be something there to help you. I don't know.
Well,
Just
thanks.
stay safe and stay with this group of friends. They seem to have your best interest in mind.
Yeah, they're good people down at the heart of it.
Well, all right. And he'll sort of stand up and like pat you on the shoulder.
I'll come back more.
Please do. And he'll sort of go to the door, and before he'll open it and step out a little bit, and then peek his head back in before he shuts the door. I love you.
I love you too, Dad.
He nods and shuts
Big
the door.
weirdo.
But besides that, the rest of the evening can pass without incident. You all can achieve the benefits of a long rest in the Duhan front room, or Seth in his room. And you have completed what you have here in Everland.
Before we leave, I want to show his little brother Jackson.
He thinks it's the coolest thing ever.
You stay away from my brother!
Jackson is so cool to him.
Well, duh, he's cool.
Yeah,
Jackson's just cool.
It's a bird horse thing with a beak, that's shaped like an axe head. That's frickin' rad.
Cool. Now we can leave.
As we leave, I tell my family goodbye and all that stuff. It's not like we sneak out in the middle of the night.
Okay. They'll all give you hugs and tell you that they love you. Kurth hugs your leg.
There, bud. I'll be back soon, alright? I won't stay away nearly as long.
Learn to teleport.
Fun fact! And I pull out my book and I show him one of the circles. I go, you know what this is?
It's a circle.
It's not just any circle, a teleportation circle.
Can I teleport through the book? He pokes the book.
No.
No, I need to drink
No.
alcohol for that.
What?
I don't actually say that.
No,
I'll go get some alcohol.
No.
You see the you know the tower in town? Where all the mages live?
Yeah.
They let me use their circle now. So I can come back whenever I want to.
That's awesome. Freaking let you use their circle? That's so cool.
Why does he sound like Maui? Freaking let you use your circle?
You freaking let you use your circle? That's awesome.
So I'll come back more, okay? I promise.
Okay. Learn to teleport. And he'll walk back to the door and stand next to your mom.
All right, and then just we'll awkwardly head out now.
Okay. Where are you guys headed?
Up to Silverymoon on our way to Settlestone.
Okay, so funny enough, I believe you actually want to take the
Can
west
you put us on the
exit.
big map?
Yeah, I think you
What's the
want to
exit
take
number?
just the west exit.
What's the exit number? We want to take the I-15 up
Yeah.
to the 60.
Hilarious, guys. You're so funny. All right.
It's even better because, yeah, no one
The
uses
405 is jammed
numbers.
right about this time of year, so we really need to be careful about
So yeah,
that.
you'll want to take the west exit so that you can then turn north towards Silverymoon.
Yeah.
Someone.
Brando already did it.
Brando? Okay, roll me a d20.
I'll do it. Bam.
Bam.
Fire's better, right?
Nothing happened.
That was on a 20. Nothing happened. Roll me a d100.
Yeah,
All the
baby.
stuff happens. Sorry, you're not coming home to your family. We're gonna die
Yeah, let's kill another dragon.
Oh my gosh.
now. Hey, we made a ton of money from that. Yeah, let's kill another dragon.
No, please. No.
Yeah, we
I'm
messed
gonna
up a dragon.
pay. I'm gonna pay back. What's her face?
I just want
With
to try
all
to
of my
find my
money.
children.
So as you guys are just walking along, you're walking along the trail, and Seth, throw me another d100.
Hate that.
Okay. You guys
7 giants.
now roll me 2d10.
Oh.
Stop. Stop.
I gotta be a ranger, huh?
Okay. You just find 9 elk that seem to run along the trail with you guys. Hop.
Hey, Miss Ranger.
Yeah, I'm
my
gonna go
brain is
hunt for
just-
dinner, I guess.
My brain's just instantly like, have you seen barbarians? That's not gonna be. Wouldn't help
Are
at
you
all.
okay?
I also wanted to because someone had said
I'm in
that
a bad place.
there were giants in this area, so as we've been walking, I want to just kind of be like looking for any sort of sign of them. But I will go hunt and do the ranger things.
Yeah,
I will go hunt.
Boonga boonga, we'll hunt
I'm-
now.
Boonga
I'm on
boonga
the-
hunt now.
I'm on the lookout as well, but for like barbarians.
Okay. What about giant barbarians?
Barbarians.
All right.
You look
don't-
down and see your feet.
So Fire Eyes, you're fine. You go hunt for dinner. Skender, roll a survival check.
Dang it. Okay, that's not.
You don't see anything out of the ordinary that would really constitute like a mass herd moving across this.
Right.
Obviously, it's a trail, so like it's somewhat well traveled. There's cart divots and there's footprints, but you can't really tell if
Well,
they're all from the same thing or.
Sure, but wouldn't I know that they wouldn't really use the trail if they're trying
Right,
to?
but they would have to cross the trail at some point
Uh,
to get
okay.
back east, and you don't see anything that would really constitute a bunch of barbarians crossing the road. Why do the barbarians cross the road?
To get to the other side, dummy.
All right.
To get to
Uh,
Skender's
duh.
children, dummy.
Wow.
Oh,
Low blow there.
Meredith.
Laughs in chaotic evil.
She's okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I just sort of do that in 2-day chunks. So you guys saw some pretty elks on your way
Got to eat real good.
Dang straight, we saw pretty elk. They tasted delicious.
I want to try and train Jackson to help me in the hunt.
Okay, roll an animal handling check.
Oh wow.
Okay, he seems willing to like follow your lead whenever you're like riding him and like towards the elks. And he's like, "Rah!" and we'll go towards the elk.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Makes that exact
actually-
noise.
Yeah, I ride a TIE fighter.
Reminds me of
I just saw
that
like a screaming
video.
pug. The pug that's like, God is dead! We killed him!
I'm thinking of that video of the bloodhound when it
I-
comes back from the
I need to find that video.
the vet.
I don't know that video.
Okay.
But anyway,
We'll find it.
No
Okay.
sign
Sure
of
you will.
giants / barbarian
Barbarians.
tribes.
No.
Okay.
And eventually, on sort of the sun is going down, but you guys make it to Silverymoon. Someone.
So we are here to. That's the wrong tab.
Roll a d20.
No.
And we're here for the stash of emergency magic items.
Yeah.
From the Margus.
We're gonna go
family.
Yeah, no.
commit some B&E.
So yeah,
Red, dude.
Light beanie.
Yeah.
you guys arrive in Silverymoon.
I think it's better to do it in the dark.
What did we?
Doing it in the dark is
Besides-
always exciting.
Besides just entering Moongleam Tower, I had spaced out a bit. What did we do in Moongleam Tower, just so that I can write it down?
It was
You guys got the teleportation circle stuff, and you guys got a small box that you guys never opened.
And met a ton of Tressums.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the box.
What's
Yeah,
in the
there-
box?
He handed you a wooden coffer that none
Okay,
of you
as
ever
we
opened.
walked
He
along
handed it
the
to
road,
Seth.
I forgot about it, and I
There
went,
are-
"Oh crap!
There are
Open.
6 scrolls in this box.
What do we got in the? What's in the box?
What's in the box? I'm assuming you could just do this on the road or like when
Yeah,
you're resting
look,
or stuff.
that's what
Okay,
I'm-
so
that's what
there
I'm
is
saying.
a scroll of dispel magic,
Okay.
a
That's-
scroll of fly,
Ooh.
a scroll of magic weapon, a scroll of sending, a scroll of tongues, and a scroll of water breathing.
Tongues. And a scroll of water breathing, you said?
Correct.
A healthy mix of just whatever we might happen to need.
Spell
Yeah,
magic,
so we have
fly, magic weapon, sending, tongues, water breathing,
okay.
which could potentially be some really awesome spells to transcribe into a spell book.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge to our wizard who's not here.
Yeah.
At least fly.
Fly and
Tongues.
maybe
Tongues is
Sending would be
ritual,
sending.
right? And sending.
Dispel magic if he doesn't already have it.
I believe he took dispel magic, and Seth took counterspell.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so we have dispel magic, fly. What else was there? Sorry.
Magic weapon.
Magic weapon. That's what I was thinking. I think that's the last one. So we should be 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got
Dispel
it.
magic, fly, magic weapon, sending, tongues, and water breathing.
Yeah, just whatever we need. Cool.
All right. And
Flies
you
need
guys were instructed by Ulthavir that there is
Ah, dang it.
a sort of
What happened there?
Just DM it next time.
Well, I did.
Okay.
you can
What
just,
happened there?
you can just ask
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you guys were talking about other stuff.
They
I didn't
are-
want to interrupt.
Kurth, Amelia, Eric, Gerald, and Samantha.
That's in age range of the siblings
Yes.
first, and then the
And
bottom
the
2 are the
parents.
the dad and the mom.
Correct.
Samantha seems like such a normal name, though.
I mean, so do Eric,
Eric.
and Gerald.
Yeah,
Eric
it's just
and
Kurt.
Amelia.
And Gerald.
His
they
name is
are
Gerald.
humans.
Yeah, they're super boring, guys. How much you want?
Superhuman.
I mean, Seth's name is
My
Seth.
name's Samantha.
Is it /W and not W/? Is
Yes,
that where I
yeah,
went
slash
wrong?
Slash stuff. Everything. All the commands are slash whatever.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's how you know it's a
so
command.
we're at Silverymoon. Do we know where
Wow.
this tower
I
is near?
even put slash whatever in the chat and it said unrecognized command.
Yeah, because slash means it's a command.
All right, sorry. What were you asking, Meredith?
Was the tower in Silverymoon, or is it just in this area?
No, is that never?
It was in Silverymoon.
Yeah, no, the tower
Oh,
of
no,
magic
the tower
items.
we need to go to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ulthavir told you of a a stash of magic items that belong to the Margaster family in Silverymoon.
Yeah, it's in Silverymoon. Okay.
It is what were his exact words? he provides the following details. Okay, so there is a 3-story tower that sort of has a detached carriage house on the property, and it is in the carriage house that there is the stash.
Okay, so before nightfall, we'll just kind of go and like
Time to
scope out
scout
the
the
place.
area.
Yeah, just see
Okay.
if there seem to be any people there or
Well, luckily, he
nearby.
will provide you with details about it. So, he said he would have told you the carriage house is a 30-foot square stone building with 2 floors. The windowless ground floor that holds the carriage has a big wooden sliding door in the front, and the upper floor is an apartment with a floor made of wooden planks and a barred window set into each wall. An open wooden staircase in one corner of the building connects the floors. And there are 2 guards stationed in the upstairs apartment.
Okay, so we just kill those guys.
There are 2
or we could
guards
charm
in the
them.
upstairs apartment.
No, or we
The
kill
carriage-
those guys.
The carriage has 2 draft horses regularly harnessed to it, ready to leave at a moment's notice. And the magic items should be hidden within the carriage, under the passenger seat inside the carriage.
Well, I mean,
Said 2 guards.
Yeah, upstairs.
Correct. 2
conveniently, a couple of us can go invisible, so that helps.
2 human guards, I guess, is important because the module states it.
Human.
So if
The
we wait
module-
till
module
dark, they can't see
specifies
us.
human,
Exactly.
so
That's good to
Issue
know.
is I wouldn't be able to see
Human.
that.
Well, humans can be held personed.
I mean, and I could distract them. Yeah,
Oh.
you can hold them. We could charm them. We can try and sneak past them.
We can knock them out.
We can knock them out. We can.
I can shoot them.
You could shoot them.
I could suggest they leave.
You want to go home and think about your life.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go home and rethink my choices.
You need to go talk to your mom. Go say hi to your mom.
I just did.
It was awkward. I hated it, but you need to do it.
I'll go ahead and I know you guys are not this close. I'm just dropping you on the map so that you're on the map.
Okay.
Map.
Also, do not mind. Oh, Shimba. Never mind.
It's
Stop.
all white
Don't look. Well, you couldn't see anything anyway. It's just black.
and
You couldn't
white.
see anything because you have no dark vision.
Oh.
Ha! Get wrecked, nerd.
I saw things.
Nerd, I can see everything.
I just saw
You also
white.
don't have dark vision.
I know,
saw
I'm just-
things
Ha
that
ha
was
ha!
done
Get wrecked.
on the map. And
I don't
Oh,
like
yes.
not having dark vision. We need to go find the tattoo lady.
I miss having my crazy passive perception of Tolna.
Or your even crazier passive perception of being DM.
I mean, yeah, but that's less of passive perception and me just knowing everything.
Yeah. That's more omnipotence.
Yeah. Tolnak was along that line.
Well, while Sawyer's doing that, what was the name of the guy in the Moongloom Tower?
I
Trust
never
him
asked
owner.
his name.
I don't think you were given a name.
You were given a name.
Oh, we
Oh,
were.
we weren't. We were,
None
or
of
we
you were
weren't.
paying attention. You
I did not hear a name. I apologize.
Yeah, I didn't hear one either.
I just am incapable of remembering names, which is why I rely on Ash. But then Ash always waits till like 30 minutes later to start taking the
No,
notes.
not always. Just today's just been a little bit of an off day for me, so I'm not.
His
Super on
name
top of it.
was Crowan Valharo. Or Valharo. Alright, now you guys should be good.
We sold all our dragon stuff.
Yeah, the only
Yeah,
things we
Ruth.
didn't sell are the rings and the mug because we didn't have time.
I was just updating them real fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So there is a carriage.
Is it dark time? Or is it dark time? Is
Is
it night?
Yes, it is. It like you guys are pulling into town as the sun was basically down.
Okay.
Um,
There are
There's
no
no
streetlights
wall.
over here?
not really.
Cool. Well, I'm not
just-
able to help then, guys.
Question: am I supposed to be seeing something on the map?
No, because you also don't have
Beside-
dark
No, because you
vision.
don't have dark vision.
Well, what I mean is that like underneath me in the area that I can see, it's just white.
Correct. The background is white.
Okay, I wanted to make sure in case like something funky was going on.
The background to the map is white.
So, it's dark. That limits our options some.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to kind of scout out the area while we could see.
Well.
I have no option but to light a torch unless someone's going to cast something.
Oh, I
Alright.
have dancing lights.
Okay.
Sorry.
I can do dancing lights, but like I don't. Do we want to do light? Do we want to do that?
I mean, that's gonna make us super visible if we're trying to break into this place.
Yeah.
We literally can't do it otherwise. Like half of us
I can
can't
go
see.
in.
Okay, you could go in. Go for it.
And I can
Sure.
go with them.
Isara can also go with you.
And
It's
so,
None of us.
That's 3 of us. And Turris, I don't know what Turris' situation is.
No, Terrace is not coming with.
could you lead us like 50 feet away and we could light a torch over there or something?
There's
Yeah.
people.
Isara
Or
can
to the
pull you
nearest
away
street
for a
light or
bit.
something so that we can not be
Yeah.
sitting in total darkness.
She'll pull you sort of like to a hill that's nearby, but it's still within sort of like eye shot of the carriage house, so you guys can still see if something goes horribly awry.
I mean, we can't, but
I mean, if stuff starts exploding, you will be able
Yeah.
to see that.
Things shouldn't explode. No need to worry.
Please don't.
Not yet.
explode.
I haven't learned how to make grenades.
Dancing lights is dim light, so
so we might not be super visible.
correct.
I mean, if you guys kept them far enough apart.
So what is your plan if you're going in the...
I mean, we were told the magic items are in the carriage.
So you're
Just
just going to
go-
go raid the carriage all by yourself? I mean, not
I'm
by
gonna snoop
yourself.
or- Well, I'm not gonna just go raid it. I'm gonna make sure that that's the case. I'm not sure I trust that guy quite. So yet on him saying, "Oh, there's just magic items here."
Yeah, we knew him for a day.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna check it, keep an eye out. It's my plan. I'm not looking to raid it until I know for sure they're there, and if I can even get them out.
Here, if there's anything you can quickly grab, and I'll hand you the bag of holding. I want that back.
Alright.
Give me 1 second. If you guys still have more formulating plans to do, you guys can definitely do that while I pull
I
this
mean,
up.
there's nothing I can do to help you.
Yeah, I can't really do much either until we get in there.
Uh,
Can you whistle me
there-
a tune?
Are there any
I
animals
can
nearby?
inspire you. Yeah, I'll give
We
you an
could send
inspiration
Baron.
dice.
That we can.
And
I
I could also send an animal in if I can see through them.
Oh no!
I give you an
Don't send
inspiration.
Jacob in.
Huh?
Jackson.
No, I'm not going
Jackson.
to send Jackson in. He's quite obvious that he'd be there.
Exactly.
I'm
That's
looking
why I
for,
said
like-
don't do that.
Do you see any... Look around with your tiefling eyes. Do you see any
What do your tiefling eyes see?
birds, rats, anything that might be able to see at night?
What? We're like 50
We're on a
feet
hill.
away. You think?
We're on a hill. Like, I don't know if... Are we in the middle of the city?
I mean, yes, we're on a hill. But you really think I would notice a rat?
Look around!
Roll a perception check.
With +0. Hey, that's actually...
That's
Um,
actually awesome.
you don't see anything. It's dark. and it's nighttime, so a lot of creatures aren't super out right now.
Yeah. What I learned from looking for rats, or it's dark.
Oops.
I can see in the dark, just not terribly well.
Okay, well. We
Better
either
than
send
I
you in
can
by
see.
with Isara, or we can send in Bear first.
Is like the barn or the door open to it?
No, the sliding door is closed.
So we'd have to send Bear through a window.
I mean, you could
I-
go open a
I
window
could
and then
send-
keep
send
walking.
Bear scouting and see if there's a window open.
Yeah.
Is there a window open?
There are a few windows up top that are just barred, but that is also the room where you know that there are guards.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So we'd have to be sending a bird where there's people.
I mean, it's an owl. It's not like not super conspicuous.
I mean, not super conspicuous, but they're probably going to be a bit peeved about it.
Okay, then by all means, go.
I will. Fine.
Fine then.
Be careful, please.
Shut up, Mom.
Or
I'm
don't.
going.
I start to follow.
You live
I start-
your own life.
Oh no, if I go, Turris unfortunately kind of loses somebody to command him.
Do you know that?
Can't you leave him with a command?
I mean, I can tell him to do something, and he'll do that till I get back to tell him not to do that, so...
Yeah, so you could tell him to like protect like a certain individual of the group.
And that is what he will do until he falls. But I also don't believe any of you guys can fix him.
Very true.
Alright.
I'm sorry. Oh my
Would you like me to go with you, or do you want me to stay back with the group?
You've snuck with Fire Eyes before. That could prove useful.
Okay, so go with him.
Yeah.
Oh, son of a biscuit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, gang.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So,
I'm sorry.
Well, that's
I'm
weather.
so sorry, guys. So
I
sorry.
was saying, I'm gonna go, and I just stand there.
I'm gonna go. And
Go
he turns
then,
around,
fine.
And it's just like a loading screen, like little
No.
loading circle in the bottom right of the
Like
screen.
it grays
Just like-
out a little bit, and it spiral.
and none of us have dark vision except for Stubbs is going with you. So we're like, okay, well, now that he's gone,
Yeah, he's like 10 feet away, and we're just like, yeah, now that I can't see him, man, screw that guy, right? Wow, I hate him.
don't forget to put up your hood on your cloak.
DM, you're gonna have to like roll for me and stuff.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll try to
I'm
be
rolling for
back.
what's in the chat in the vault. I'm sorry.
And my hood doesn't necessarily like help.
Oh, that's just
Yeah.
the elven cloak thing.
It's not that. It's a cloak displacement.
No, I know, but I wasn't sure if it worked the same way or it's like you
Oh.
have to activate it or whatever.
It just says it's always on. So
Okay,
there's
cool.
always like
You're
after
always
I
kinda
move,
blurry.
there's a little bit of a me for a
I
quick
always
second.
have to like kind of squint and like focus a little bit to like really get him.
It really trips me out.
Yeah, it's like looking at him gives you kind of a headache a little bit.
Okay, so for now, I'm gonna boop.
Try
Like,
hitting him
oh,
with the javelin
gosh.
now, Skender.
Right in the chest. No!
So, Malarakas, go ahead and roll me a stealth check. I will roll
Alrighty.
for our friend Stubby Boy.
I steal. Hey. Nice.
There it is. Please don't make those sounds while Stubbs is trying to stealth.
All right, Meredith, can you see some token? I need to back out and go back into the game. Give me a second.
No.
Yes, me and Stubbs are making this noise as we walk up.
As you watch, you just hear off in the distance. Bah, bah.
That's Isara. That's Isara's stealth noise.
That's the noise we all make when we crouch.
Sarah's such a weirdo. Why can't you just be normal?
Okay, well, that was actually a pretty good stealth check all around. You got a 20, Stubbs got an 18, and Isara also got an 18. So you guys can sort of sneak up to the door.
Alright. Grab it and slowly try to open.
It is locked.
Does it have like an actual lock?
Not that you can see.
It's probably barred then. Alright. Are there windows on the lower floor?
There are not.
There are not. Damn.
Do you
Wow,
have a plan?
do I have what?
Do you have a plan? Isara's just sort of like crouched behind you.
Oh, she's
My
new.
plan was to open the door. That one's already fallen through.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
Yeah, she's new here. She doesn't know that we never have plans.
Now,
Shoot. Alright. Fuck. Frick. Take it out. Sorry, I'm trying to stop swearing. Oh, it's a bad habit I developed as a kid.
it's like a...
Ding dong dang it.
Stubbs cannot Misty Step. You have to see where you're going to Misty Step.
Stubbs, what?
Can't Misty Step.
Can't Misty Step through the door.
Yeah.
So she... Shoot. Right. Crap, I can't teleport through the door either.
Well, if we can cause some kind of a distraction, somebody can go up through the top.
And we can just burn the place down.
That's a bit much.
Okay, cool.
Honestly, I think a good old, like, Stubbs...
Oh, my bad. My bad. There is a lock.
Oh, there is?
There is
that
a lock.
changes
My bad.
everything!
My bad. It would help if I read the whole box text.
Read the text.
Instead of accidentally reading too much box text, I didn't read enough box text.
Fantastic. I'm gonna pick the lock!
You do that, buddy! Don't
I
roll a
pres-
natural one.
I presume a dexterity.
Yep, dexterity, thieves tools check. You're trying to pick it, it's just not doing it.
It doesn't say. I will flash a genius it.
Okay. It still does not budge.
A 19?
19 does not budge.
No, 19. No, 19.
Okay.
Wait, weren't you also given
I was, but I knew the result before I rolled the inspiration.
Oh, gotcha.
Because he said don't roll a 1. So that...
If you want to tack on the inspiration, I'll let you do it. I realize I'm really speedy with responses, and that's not giving you guys enough time to decide whether or not you want to roll the inspiration or not. So, okay,
It's 21.
a 21 barely cracks it.
Dang. Hell of a lock.
Dang, Daniel.
One thing you would notice, Malarakas, no, you'll just notice this. This lock seems really crappy for requiring that much effort to pick it.
What does that mean?
Austin knows. Malarakas doesn't. I'm gonna go ahead and just pull it open as slow as I can to just kind of keep from creaking.
1 second.
Okay.
Why? Okay, well I guess it doesn't matter because for some reason the frickin' dynamic lighting won't work with me here. I'm just gonna pull the whole wall off. It won't let me pull just the door off.
It's funny.
It only lets me pull the whole wall off. So that's what you see. And there are 2 horses attached to the carriage. I just haven't put them on the map.
As I pull it open, I see the horse. I'm gonna go. There are horses. I don't want to accidentally spook them.
Okay. So
I know.
what?
I can go invisible. I don't know what you guys can do.
We could just, I guess, stay guard outside this door.
I can also go invisible.
I guess I'll just stay a guard outside this door.
I just realized I dropped the horses on the dynamic.
Oh my god!
I dropped the horses on the dynamic lighting layer. That provides no benefit.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Candy Mountain, Charlie.
Yeah.
Candy Mountain.
I think going invisible to keep from accidentally spooking the horses.
Okay.
Well, then I'll stay at the door.
She
You
will
two go.
invisible.
No, so will I.
Can either of you make another person invisible while you're invisible?
Unfortunately, not her.
I can in 2 levels.
Okay, well, not now. Okay,
She only has greater invisibility. She doesn't have regular invisibility.
okay.
I don't get 3rd level spell slots till level 9. So, we'll quietly creep around the horses to the carriage.
Stubbs, before she casts invisibility on herself, she'll cast it on you instead. Go. I'll watch.
Oh, okay.
Alright. So, both of you go ahead and roll stealth checks with advantage.
Yeet.
Oh, I'm still scared.
Ooh, good.
Woo! Boy.
Oh,
That
boy.
would have been real
Good
bad.
thing you guys had advantage.
Hell yeah.
Alright, yeah, you guys can successfully stealth. Are you trying to stealth up the stairs or to the carriage?
I'm going to the carriage because we were told the carriage is where it's at, right?
Okay, you can easily make it to the carriage.
I'm just going to where I can, like, keep an eye up the stairs, or, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be on watch while he's doing the deed.
Alright. Well, he's doing the deed, huh? Candy Mountain, Charlie.
Oh boy.
So yeah, you can stand at the foot of the steps and just keep an eye out.
I'll give a pretty decent look around of this carriage.
Alright, roll an investigation check.
Yeah.
1 second.
I will just go ahead and flash a genius that one. It's just in case, because its stupid lock made me paranoid.
Fair enough. One second.
So hopefully it's not invisible.
You do not see anything. Seems pretty clear from the outside, and the door is not locked.
Kind of like wave my hands around me. Realize Stubbs is not next to me.
Oh.
So Okay. I don't know if you can hear me, Stubbs, but I think it's up the stairs.
Alright, well, I'm at the base.
Oh, that's good to know.
So
You
are
hear a
we-
voice. You hear a voice in your head. Wait, what's up the stairs? Sorry, this is Asara, by the way.
That's good to know. I think the stash is up the stairs. It's not in the carriage.
Didn't they say it was under the passenger seat inside the carriage?
I thought I gave her a good look around. Okay.
Oh, are you actually opening the carriage?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just looking at the door. Oh, no. Okay.
No.
That's
No, I
very
was
different.
giving the whole carriage a
Okay.
search.
Okay, an alarm goes off.
Did we hear
Okay.
Yes, all of you hear.
it?
So what do you guys think the end of times will be? Oh, let's go, come on.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
We just avoided the end of times.
And you open the door, and there are seats, but like there's no really way to see under them. They're sort of box seats.
I've already set off the alarm. I'll climb in and I'll just like flip up like cushions and stuff and try
Okay.
to.
Underneath the passenger side seat, there appears to be a small sack of items.
I would just grab the sack and basically anything underneath these seats, and I'm just throwing them in the bag of holding.
All right, you find like 2 silver. Like it's like the change that falls into the seat.
Okay.
All right.
So there's bag of stuff and 2 silver.
Yep.
Quick
Alright,
question.
at this point-
Did the alarm spook the horses?
Yeah.
They generally don't like
prob-
loud sounds.
They're like, well, okay, they're trained to not just bolt, but they're obviously like spooked and making noise. At this point, I need you guys to roll initiative.
Cool. When we heard the alarm, though, I said I was running.
Okay.
But let's see. Where's me? There's me.
Oh,
Don't worry, guys. We're ready.
Which direction did?
I like how the
Did they
super
go?
Dexy people all rolled really poorly.
I mean, our guard is on point though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see
They're
hers.
upstairs playing cards. Okay, and Isara rolls for initiative and gets a 16. Okay, Skender, you guys are about 60 feet away.
Did I see which direction?
I mean, you
They,
hear them, and you see the carriage house still.
No,
I
we don't.
can't see anything.
Oh,
I'm
okay, it's to the west, sorry.
Yeah, but you said we couldn't
Straight
see
west.
anything there.
I mean, it's dark, but it's not like you guys can't see
10.
anything. You
That's
guys
what we
just-
had
like-
asked when we showed up, though.
Okay.
And you're like, you can't
My
see
bad.
anything.
It's not pitch black; it's a moonlit night.
Yeah,
35, 40.
that's too far. Hold up.
What?
There.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I would.
You guys are about 60 feet off the map, is what I mean. Where you guys were is the very edge of the map, and you're about 60 feet to the east of the map.
Okay, so that was 10, 20, 30, 40.
I don't think you can get that far.
No, actually,
No.
Yeah,
We're
actually,
to
you're-
60
you are 60
yeah.
feet.
Take
off
60
the
feet
map.
to get to where
From
we
here?
actually were.
Oh, what?
Yeah, there.
That's 60
Okay.
feet.
So you
Just-
have 20 more
Just
feet.
getting to here is 60
60
feet.
feet.
Yes.
10, 20.
Okay. Stubbs.
Okay,
An
so
alarm has gone off.
alarm has gone off. I know we got a guard at the door. I'm looking up this stairs, so I am going to, because Mal is like inside the carriage. I'm going to hold an action.
You're still invisible, by the way.
That's
Yeah.
true.
So if you cast a spell or make an attack, I think you lose it.
Nope.
No,
So-
his is greater, so
This is greater invisibility.
Ah.
It just doesn't last as long.
Okay.
Yeah.
Better invisibility.
I'm gonna just hold. I'm gonna hold my action for firebolt. For anyone coming out of the door. Are these like? Yeah. And then I'm just gonna yell. I got you covered, Mal. Get out! Get out now!
Don't say my name. We're doing a crime.
We're doing a crime together! Stop saying my name!
I said Mal. That's not his whole name.
Well,
The first 3 letters?
Okay. I take it back.
We're
got you
doing
covered,
a
pal.
crime!
I got you
No,
covered,
I've-
pal. Get you out of here.
That's my
Okay.
favorite. Favorite thing.
same
We're doing,
visual.
We're committing a crime.
we're doing a massive illegal right now, dude.
Oh my
I said
God.
pal, not Mal. Get out of here.
I don't know, you heard. I said pal.
I ain't your buddy, pal.
I ain't your pal, friend.
Never mind. Okay. All right. And Sora hears the alarm and is like, "Frick!" And Sora will run to this side and hold a spell for if anything comes down the stairs.
Jeez, it's the fuzz.
Jesus, the fuzz! Fire Eyes.
Okay, Misty Step, poof, so it takes me 30 to get about here.
Correct.
And then-
That is your bonus action.
Yeah. And then, 1. Oh, wait. I can do... No, I don't do that because I forgot I took a 2nd level. I'll just use my bonus action dash. And then go
Oh, okay. That works.
10, 15, 20, 25.
It's getting real
Can I see
intense.
anything here if I, like, look inside? Because it's just a dark room.
What's your speed, Meredith?
35?
Okay, so
30.
it would take your movement and your dash to get to the. Are you action dashing as well?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. This room is lit. Yes.
Okay.
You can
Uh.
see 2 horses that seem very agitated. That's it.
Okay. I will. Oh, never mind. That's going to be too much movement. Okay, I'll just duck back. That's my turn.
Okay. Seth.
I run here with my dash. So I have a speed of 35.
Okay.
And then my bogus inspiration dice will go to Fire Eyes. You have an inspiration because you
That's
are
weird.
an inspiration.
Aww.
Aw.
Aw, shucks.
Don't
Don't make it weird.
Don't make it weird.
Okay.
Can I have to ask a question
Okay.
because I just don't know. Are we like stealing from good people or bad people?
We don't know.
You have not asked.
Okay,
He
well,
he simply told you there is a stash of magic items here. Good luck.
okay.
Yeah,
And
we
who
don't know
told
who
us
we're
this?
stealing from.
We're doing a crime.
Specifics.
Brando.
Who told us this?
The ex thief from.
Althavir.
Oh, never
He's
mind.
He's one of the.
I thought Doris told us this.
He's one of the people you guys saved in Tribor.
Okay.
Was he the one that none of us played as?
Correct. Yeah. Althavir was the guy that came afterwards.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We're doing us a crime, my dude.
We're doing a crime.
Malarakas. You have the
Alright.
items in hand.
In my bag. Put the bag back. And do my bolt.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 30. I'm a dash. I'm just getting out.
Alright.
I want to say, we're leaving! 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
All right, I'm right behind you.
Get there.
Oh, somebody's got to teleport Stubbs out of there. He's got short little legs.
So, and Turris would have, like, sprinted and just, like,
He's invisible.
bumped into me along the way.
Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Guards are going 5, 10, 15, 20. Your firebolt will go off. Uh, 25, 30. I'll show you here. Your firebolt will go off. Are you able to
Oh.
roll, or do I need to roll for you?
I can roll right now.
Okay. Your firebolt will go off before then, but I'm just moving in there for
Yeah.
stuff. That hits. And boom.
17 is
That's
pretty
a good
good.
firebolt.
You cast this. He does not seem to take as much damage as you think he would.
Oh.
Um,
5, 10, 5, 30. Alright, and of course, Isara's lightning bolt would go off.
what?
Pardon me?
Should we not get the horse?
Just for sure getting the
He's
horse.
gonna
Yeah.
aim over the horse to not hit the horse.
I don't think that's possible.
I don't know
They're
about
up the
that one.
stairs.
Those are like Clydesdales. Did you see the size of those?
Yeah, they're large creatures, man.
Yeah, but he's at the top of the stairs.
Dex saves.
Like, she has to angle upwards.
Oops. Don't read that.
Ah.
Why does the game do this? Always whisper my rolls, you dumb, stupid thing.
You stinky poo poo face.
Nope, it's still not whispering my rolls. Okay.
Classic roll 20.
Well, one saved, one failed. Oh wait, no, she only hit one of them, so the first one failed.
But knowing
Oh,
what those are making me very...
what?
I said, but knowing what those are makes me very frightened.
I don't know what those are.
Yeah.
They're people.
Those are
They're
people.
Guards.
Those
Forget.
are just plain old people.
Austin knows. Malarakas has no clue.
Oh, wait a second. Okay.
Brando
So-
has no idea what that means.
Sorry, Stubbs. Your firebolt would have missed. It freaking didn't calculate a bonus that they have.
What?
So your firebolt would have missed.
Yeah, instead of dealing less damage than you thought, it dealt no damage.
It does, in fact, deal less damage than he thought, though.
I mean,
Yes, high
sure, why not?
technicality.
And then, it can't see where that fire came from, and so it's like, "Huh, I don't know, and it's gonna go at Isara instead.
Wait.
Because it can't see you.
Okay.
You're still invisible.
Yeah.
So he's gonna
Run
shoot
into
at, he's gonna shoot at Isara instead. No, that's the end of his movement.
Oh.
So
Oh. Okay.
he's gonna shoot.
Does he have
at,
disadvantage because he's engaged?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah.
19 still hits her though.
19 or 19? What the
Yeah.
heck?
I tried.
Yeah, you did.
Good try.
I tried to help, so...
Okay. Wait, what's her AC? Okay, that one misses though.
I looked out the window and what did I see?
Death.
And the one at the top of the stairs can't see her, so it's gonna just dash instead. So 5, 10, bump into Stubbs, and go around him. 15.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
No, he just goes here, and then he swipes at you, and then he swipes at your space with a spear because he just bumped into something.
You have some sort of
at disadvantage though.
Okay.
That's still a 20. So you take 6 piercing, 2 fire damage.
6 piercing, 2 fire.
Yep. I think I'm going to secretly roll these because that's a little jarring that it's not frickin' whispering my rolls.
Yeah, that's fair. 6 piercing, 2 fire, so 8.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, and that is their turn. Oh wait, no, he has another attack.
Oh my gosh. You said you were
Does a-
secretly doing it.
Did he
Does it-
spear into the same spot?
Yes, but does a 13 hit you? I don't think so, right?
Oh, it's
No
at
mage armor?
disadvantage? Then it does
Correct.
not hit me. Yeah.
Okay, because you're invisible, so he can't
That's
see
right.
you.
So he like felt the first one connect, right? Like he would have.
Yeah, but you're still invisible, so...
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Alright, Skender.
He's also probably stabbing a lot taller than you.
Right.
5, 10, 15, 20. He goes, Stubbs, go.
Can't see him.
You do not know Stubbs is there.
Well, okay.
Stubbs is
Yeah,
invisible.
and he
Well-
didn't know I was there. Like, yeah, don't come for me.
Okay,
I can
then-
get out.
Yeah, right now you just see the 2 guards.
Okay. Where the heck is Stubbs? And
Don't
say
say names,
his
we're
name.
doing a crime!
We're doing a crime!
Even Asara yells at you this time, don't say his name, we're doing a crime!
what? We're never coming here again.
That doesn't matter.
We're here for the knights!
And a name has power, don't give it to them. Just
I read a really,
Too late.
I read a really excellent.
It's not
green
my
text
true
today
name here.
about
Come
that.
on, people.
I'm going to rage. So
I'd like
to
rage.
Fire Eyes and
woohoo!
I forget her name.
Sarah.
They get 3 points of temporary hit points.
Hey, now I could survive that, Actually, no, I'd still fall.
Actually, no, never mind, I die.
I mean, I
And
wouldn't die. I would just barely fall unconscious.
She rolled a really bad lightning bolt. She rolled 24 damage.
I'm just gonna hold an action for if they ever come at us to swing.
Skender,
Oh
don't
my
say
God.
our names. We're doing a crime.
I will read that green text later.
Oh, it's
so,
classic,
that's so tiny.
but it's definitely not worth. You don't read it now, but I just
Played
you
good
mentioning
game.
the true name thing was just like, oh wait, I read a thing about that today. It was really funny.
Meredith mentioned the true name thing. I did.
Yes,
Brando
well,
and I
somebody-
did. Yeah.
Yeah, I said. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is tiny.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't even see
My
it.
favorite game called Beat Gregory because it does.
Eat Kuriguri because Tuesday.
Anyway,
Oh. All right. Stubbs.
wait, I thought you raged, and did you just stand there after you
You
raged?
ready for action?
He held the
Yeah,
action.
I'm
Oh,
holding
held
an
it.
action.
Okay.
Okay. So let me understand the power of the Misty Step.
30 feet.
So
You can see.
it is a bonus action, so I have
Yes.
to take my action first.
No,
Okay. Can my action be to dash?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Which I don't even think I'd need to do. So I'm going to Misty Step.
Okay.
I guess we're still fighting these fools. It's not like we're all running away. I can't tell if we're running away or not.
That's how it always goes.
I always think we're running away and then no one runs away. Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna go ahead and swing at the guy who stabbed me
Okay. Go for it.
with my warhammer. So, yeah.
That misses.
What is this guy's AC? Okay.
Well, I
oh wait,
mean-
you have advantage. You're invisible.
Oh.
You have advantage.
Well, should I just roll a d20? Because wouldn't
No.
that be the damage, or do I?
No, we'll go off the rain damage, but just roll to hit again. Okay, that still misses. But
Kidding me? Okay.
They're
Alright.
beefy. Beefy
So I
guys.
swing at the guy, doesn't work, and then I Misty Step 5, 15, 20, 30, and then I continue my movement,
and they don't get opportunity attacks because you're invisible.
and I Misty Stepped.
Oh, that's
but
true.
he just Misty stepped out there, so it's
Yeah, never mind.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and I came out to here.
Okay.
We just hear.
What?
We just hear, like, because we can't see you, so we just hear you going.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
All
All right, I'm not in there anymore.
Oh,
So we run?
Isara, panicking, casts Lightning Bolt again. This time she's definitely going to hit the horse.
Don't
but-
hit the horse!
And she hits the horse.
I mean, that horse
Oh.
is super dead.
Probably.
It's got to fail its deck save. It's tied to a cart.
That just means it's
So
grappled.
That guy
That's fair.
saves.
But if it's
does
movement
that
0, then
disadvantage?
can it really
That guy
do a deck save?
They can wiggle.
Yeah,
Wiggle,
restrained,
wiggle, wiggle,
restrained
wiggle,
is where you automatically
Wiggle,
fail.
wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Okay, and they get a plus nothing on their deck saves. One of them. Okay, the horse rolled a natural 20, so it actually takes no damage. It managed to like rear back and completely miss with a lightning bolt. However, the two Cambions also succeed.
The two what?
But the two Cambions,
What's that?
it's a thing.
We
It's a
don't
guard.
know.
Two guards. You're right.
It's a guard. It's a special guard.
So minus. Bump, bump, bump. And then she goes. Time to go.
It goes
and
bump, bump, bump,
5,
bump,
10,
bump.
15, 20, 5. Okay, Fire Eyes.
Okay, well, I can't see anything out here. So I'll run. We don't. Are we just giving up?
We have the stuff.
Do we?
Yes.
I do. But you guys don't know that. I only told Stubbs I was leaving.
So we're just not going to do it. And
Aren't you guys? You're still like.
We're leaving!
Here?
I'll
Yeah.
run like
Healed,
Here.
we're leaving.
and ready my bow, just in
Okay.
case they come into sight.
Okie dokie, Seth.
Well, if everyone's leaving, I'm gonna run with the group.
Yeah, we just like sprinted here.
What's
and
going
turned
on?
around.
And then everybody's like, we're leaving. It's like, okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna move 20 feet off screen, and
Tracks.
I'm gonna hold an action. I'm gonna hold. Let's see. I'm gonna hold a hold person at 3rd level
Okay.
to hold them if I see them come out here, basically.
Alright.
So I'm over here. It's a 60 feet range. I'm sure it won't actually work, but
Alright, 1 second. I'm copy and pasting onto a bigger map.
Okay, so these guys are fast, and we need a bigger map because they're actually going to be able to chase
I mean,
us.
we're also
Got it.
running off screen,
Well, but
but
well,
yeah, both
but
probably.
they'll have the ability to chase us, so we need a bigger map.
gonna need a bigger boat.
For 2 more turns, I can go 80 feet per turn, but then that's...
Okay, this is basically where we're at. The wall of the thing is there. Okay.
Oh, we lost our turn order.
Oh, I still have it up. Malarakas.
Alright. I can still see in the doorway. And based off the last map, I will pull this vial of quenching oil, and I would just chunk it to like right in front of the horses, just past Skender, and I will cast grease in that 10-foot square. That 10 foot by 10 foot square. And that will drop my invisibility. And I will yell, "We're leaving!" And I will book it 30 feet, and Turris will 30, and Turris will stick near me for now.
Okay.
I have the stuff. I will also just kind of whisper as I run past Fire Eyes. I have it.
Alrighty. It is their turn. So they, seeing the grease, are actually just gonna fly over it
What?
because they drop their forms.
Mm-hmm.
Now I get
what?
to see what a Cambion is.
Austin hates this.
I'm not a fan of this one.
Hey, so
Oh,
I hate this.
I
they
used
look
a
like
Cambion
cat
as a
tieflings.
boss.
Remember
Oh,
that
they're-
part where I say I run
They're
and then
demons or
They're
devils.
demons?
Sorry,
get to run away anyways.
devils. It looks like.
Well, they are
Looks like cat
tieflings.
tieflings.
They're tieflings, but more devil
Okay.
Got it.
or demon. It could be either.
More devil than tea.
They are
What's the
going
one we haven't fought yet?
Demons.
Damn.
They could be either.
Yeah.
Like Cambion specifically
That
states.
means my whole
Yeah.
person spell's not gonna work.
Yep.
Does not.
Skender, make a wisdom saving throw.
Well, I don't know. Tieflings would work for a hold person, so would a Cambion work? Probably not. They're probably fiends. If they're
They are
really-
fiends.
Yeah.
Oh.
So the Cambion sort of like drops its form and looks at you, and is like, "Hello," and you feel sort of this what's the presence hit you in the front of your mind, and you sort of like look back at him like, "What was that?" And he goes, "Go chase your friends."
Oh no.
Hey, he's just chasing us. That was the suggestion. Not hurt us, just chase him.
Just chase.
Yeah. We're
Yeah.
playing
Okay.
tag. He's just
Chase
gonna
your
like
chase your friends and don't hurt us. And so they go 5, 10, 15,
And don't hurt us, or
20,
don't hurt them.
25, 30.
I see him,
Like,
I
don't-
fire.
Yeah, don't hurt them. Essentially.
The Cambions.
Yes.
Yeah.
10,
Can't hurt the
20,
Cambions.
25.
My spell goes off. Nothing happens.
Yeah.
It
They're not
fails.
people.
First
Alright.
one.
I go, oh crap.
Hits.
What's that? Oh, plus they did not see me, so do I get sneak attack?
Sure.
Okay, that's the first one.
Okay.
Second one. Would it be at this? Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, I can. Nah, I'm not gonna waste my inspiration on that.
Okay. And so one of them used their action. The other one is going to double fire rate at Isara because she shot them with lightning. Oh, I meant to be rolling these in behind. Okay, well, that hits, and she takes damage.
Hey, we don't have to worry about whatever your weird thing with Isara is gonna be, because she's gonna be dead.
Oh, thank goodness. Get her out of here.
She's not even below half health, guys. You're fine.
Oh, we can live up to our name, though.
Um,
The friendly
The
fires.
everythings? Oh, the friend.
the second one misses. All right. At the top of the round, who has a passive perception above 13?
Mwah.
Above
I
13?
do.
Above
I
13,
do.
Like everyone.
13 or higher.
Turris
Yeah.
does.
Mine is
I have
14.
to look.
Okay. So
Mine is 9.
No. E.
Skender, Fire Eyes, and Seth, and Malarakas, because Turris will bump you and point it out. The door at the top of the tower opens, and someone comes flying out.
No. Flying out?
Oh no.
Are we about to get TPK'd, you guys?
Nah, we'll be
Because we
fine.
didn't get the carriage?
Oh, we should have took
Fine.
the horses.
So they're like 50 feet off the map, but
Oh, maybe Elthevir was hiding something.
oh wow, that's actually very thematic that they go before Skender.
This just in, I hate this game.
And that one's
Okay.
also not whispered, just heads up.
Yep.
Remember where we were starting to develop this campaign where we were gonna like actually delve into our characters?
Yeah. We
and
finally
Yeah.
start to
You
get
guys
into
are
it.
not going to get TPK'd here. You're fine.
I mean, it's not
Don't
really
give
that
us
bad for level
ideas.
7 characters, but it still could be pretty rough.
All right, and they fly 60 feet because they have a fly speed of 60 feet. And
Remember that time when I said I could move 80 feet for 2 turns? Nope, not anymore.
But that's the solution. We make them fall.
all right, I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh gosh. And they
Okay.
fireballed us.
You bastard.
As they begin to sort of move their hands. Not Skender. Skender, you're fine.
Oh,
You're out of the range of it.
okay.
They
Oh,
move their
no.
hands, and a very familiar red bead.
Wait, no.
Counterspell it.
Counterspell.
Okay, never mind.
Get wrecked.
Wait, what?
I
Oh, got counterspelled? Oh,
Yeah.
I
good.
go, no! Right!
Yeah.
They counterspell you. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I
well,
think it's
Jackson
true. That's a thing you can
counterspells
do,
them.
but like,
Yeah.
woof.
That is a possibility, but
But so they sort of wave their hands, and it sort of shoots out, and you're just like, nope! And like you finger gun at it, and it just sort of
No.
no, re mi fa sol la ti do,
And it goes away.
and it fizzles. All right, Skender.
I know that spell. It's
choose your
bad.
friends.
Was it fireball?
for sure.
How far away is he from the ground?
The mage.
Yeah.
He's 50
60
feet
feet.
off the map.
He's on the edge of the map, but he's
Oh.
also 60 feet up. He used his movement
Oh,
to get
he's
to
60
the
feet
edge of
up,
the map.
not
Okay,
just
fine.
away.
15, 20,
Because he exited from the top of the
30,
tower.
Yeah.
35, 40.
So
Okay, that's 40.
Okay.
Do I?
Wow, Seth's
Do
your
I
friend,
now?
but not Stubbs. Just ran right past you.
Do I do another wisdom save? See if I break from it.
if my mouse would work.
Nope.
No.
Welcome to
Nope.
Neum's world.
Yeah, this was Niam's world. It was great.
And once again, it's our main melee person. Oh, wait, no. I guess Larry was also.
Yeah.
a melee
Larry
person.
was our main melee person. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Niam just had the highest damage output.
Stubbs.
Oh,
Let's just
sorry,
say
I got
10.
stuck. Hold on.
Damage output.
Yeah, you
Stop
have
getting
raw
stuck.
freaking damage.
Okay, I'm coming.
Especially when you join
Oh,
the hunt.
Okay,
Bam.
so
7d6 for sneak attack.
Yeah.
Oh.
at
Meanwhile,
least
I'm in the air,
at-
Iron Man.
Okay,
Sorry.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Okay, I get that much past everyone, and then
Stubbs is like Bomber in the beginning of Hobbit: Desolation of Smaug, where he's just like running past everyone.
and then I think I'm even gonna let me see where my spells are at here. Let's see, I did one Misty Step already.
Correct.
Yeah, at this moment
Sure.
I'm still running. So one more Misty Step. Does that I think I'm still on the map. 5, 10, 15,
Yes, you're way still on the map.
30. Wait, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. Alright. I can still attack people next turn, and I still have time to see what everyone else is going to do. So, there we are. That's my turn.
Oops. I just sent the Architect's GM with a frowny face.
Uh, what?
I see.
The ending parenthesis and the colon makes
Oh.
makes the frowny face. All right.
It's actually just the face is eating the word GM.
All
Yeah.
right. Sara's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Get out of here.
And last verse, same as the last two. It's gonna cast lightning bolt.
Ooh, oh, wait. I'm... What?
No, up. She's
Oh,
not gonna
like,
hit
I'm
you.
right there!
As the music gets all intense. Goodbye, Seth. And
Oh,
she's
sorry.
secretly a devil too.
The divine beast said,
She
"Trick
doesn't,
you
she
into
doesn't
being my
rip off
friend."
my face, she rips off her own face.
Yeah.
All right, so the mage failed because I re-rolled it behind my screen. Takes, ouch, and has to make a Constitution saving throw to not plummet out of the air.
I was
What?
flying like a concentration thing.
It is. Oh,
Mm.
and again I rolled it. Oh, my bad. Well, he fails, obviously.
God,
Jeez,
get wrecked.
it's gonna take 6d6 fall damage.
Heck yeah.
Get it.
The mage hits the ground and just splatters.
Nice.
Cool.
Hey, and not TPK'd, maybe.
The mage hits the ground and just like their gems, their joints are all broken at really odd angles. Their
Oh my
bones are
gosh!
poking out of their skin. And so it's
Seth
like,
just
oh, that was
throws
way
up.
more effective than I intended.
Seth just, like,
I
kinda
don't think we
pukes a
need to
little bit.
run.
Oh, jeez, that was disgusting.
Awesome. Well, that drastically changes the power dynamic of this fight.
Right.
What did you do?
Fire eyes.
Cool. I will still step back because I'm awfully close to them. I'll go like here and fire first at this guy.
Okay.
Bonus action, Hunter's Mark him first.
Okay.
And then pew.
That definitely hits.
Okay.
So what does Thunder's Mark do for you?
It
Gives her
gives
an
me an
extra
extra D6, and I get my 1d4.
And she's really good at tracking them.
And then I go pew to the second guy and get a D4.
Okay. All right. They are still up.
Okay.
Seth, you just watched Asara lightning bolt that mage out of the sky and suffer a horrifying death. You ever see that death in Final Destination with the gymnastics girl?
I try
Or, like-
not to watch those shows because I get freaked out too much about
That's
random
fair.
things happening.
Basically, she died a really horrible death.
Yeah.
Everyone in that movie does.
Long story
His
short,
butt hit the back of his head.
yeah, it was bad. That's what just happened to the mage.
You have to put that image in my head. Like I'm cringing in pain.
What was the last thing that went through his mind?
His butt.
His butt.
The concrete.
No, that was the first thing.
Seth, it's your turn.
Okay, I have a question. Can I
Have an
tell that Skender looks weird?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to...
His suggestion, it's not concentration, right? And it does it break?
Suggestion is not going to work here.
Hmm?
Suggestion's not going to work. Number one, the
No.
range is only 30 feet.
No, I meant like because that's what we figured.
Oh,
I was just asking like if anything about the mage dying stopped the suggestion from.
no, the mage wasn't the one that cast it.
Yeah, it was a
these
champion.
guys.
Oh. Okay. Never mind.
And I don't think it was I don't think it's suggestion that
Oh, it was
It-
like command.
it might have
Probably
been
some
something
just
more.
ability.
Mm.
But
Like
we
with
have no idea.
vampires.
we
It
have
could
no
be.
idea.
It could be any number of things here. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys don't know.
We also don't know anything
Um,
happened to him.
Yeah. That's. I just wanted to know. I'm going to cast a spell. I'm going to cast Phantasmal Killer on this top guy here.
Okay, it's an intelligence saving throw.
Say. Sorry,
Wisdom
wisdom
saving
save.
Nice.
Okay,
It actually doesn't do that damage until the end of the
Dang
they
game.
have a 19.
Ugh, not nice.
No, 19.
No, 19. In fact,
Okay. Oh, it does
Bang.
nothing.
I don't know.
Okay, and then I'm going to move 30 feet. Go on, boop, 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 boop. And I'm going to give an inspiration to Yusara.
Okay.
Do I lose mine?
No.
Nope.
Okay, cool.
It stays until you lose it or 10 minutes later.
Okay.
Yep.
Malarakas.
Schmala Schmackus.
Seeing their true form now, I'm going to step forward and go,
Oh,
absolutely not.
Yeah, Malarakas, you are freaked out.
Yeah, I'm going to go, absolutely not. And I'm going to bonus action unfurl the bracer and just quick fire twice.
Alright, go for it.
Ka-choo.
At the bottom one or the top one?
Yeah, bottom one.
Okay, that hits.
And ka-choo.
That also hits.
And then I will just kind of tell Turris, stay with Seth.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Turris looks confused because, like, you turn to fight and you're telling him to run away, and he's like, "Well, okay."
But Dad!
And runs towards Seth.
Yeah.
Cambion's turn. One is going to
Oh, 'cause
fire.
they'll know.
So we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One is going to spear at you, Malarakas.
It has disadvantage.
Because look at this place.
Blurry cat.
Well, that's a 2, so I'm just going to assume that misses.
Actually, that
Does
hits.
And the second attack, double 18s, so that's 25 to hit.
18 alone hits.
Okay. And then you take 5 points of piercing damage and 4 points of fire damage reduced to 2.
Sweet.
And then the other one is going to spear at you, Fire Eyes. Or actually, Malarakas. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Alrighty. I'm good at these.
Oh no!
Oh man!
You're not inspired. Sarah is.
Yeah.
He's gonna look at you and be like, "What pretty trinket are you hiding?" Go after your friends.
The trinket.
You are still under the command to chase after your friends.
This is the
But not
second
to
time
attack.
this has happened to you, Austin.
Mm-hmm. It's because I make low wisdom characters. You'd think I'd learn.
After Tolnak, you were just like, after Tolnak, you were just like, nope, I will never play a high wisdom character ever again.
It's not as fun though.
There we go.
But it is fun when you're not getting mind controlled all the time.
I'm done.
Okay. Stubbs.
Okay, I will be casting Summon Fae.
Okay.
90 feet from me. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Alright, yeah.
Puts it all the way back there.
Oh, never mind. Just in front of the guy that's...
In front of the
Yep.
Cambion. Okay.
And I'm going to pick the style of...
Horn of a water bucket.
I needed to... let's see. Force one creature. It can see within 10 feet of it to make a wisdom saving throw. There's a charmed by you. Water. Take advantage of the next roll it makes before. I'm just gonna do fuming.
Okay.
So the Fae has advantage. So then one of the following effects occurs. So bonus action. Oh, you know what? I am not gonna put it immediately. I'm gonna cast it to here.
Okay.
Because I think it needs to. It actually has to teleport to trigger the fuming effects. That
What does it
seems to be
say?
the way that I read it. It says, so bonus action, the Fae magically teleports up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space it can see. Then, one of the following effects occurs.
Yeah. So then.
Based on the Fae's mood chosen. And so I'm going with fuming.
Okay.
And the... Oh, and you know what? I'm casting it at 4th level.
Oh, okay. Dropping it on.
Well, because then I get multi-attack.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, and it actually makes it a little bit stronger. Yep. So now it has 40 hit points and is also 16 armor class.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. 4th level for sure. Okay. So, okay, and then I just give it the command to attack those baddies, and I continue to go a little bit further away from the frail.
Okay.
Fray. I am frail. I run away from the fray.
You leave us frail people.
You say you're frail, and then you're actually the second stoutest person in this party.
The third.
With a temporary hit point.
Temporary hit points, that's true, yeah.
Okay, so now it's the Fae's turn. Fae teleports.
Okay.
It's going to multi-attack.
What does the fuming thing do?
The fuming gives it the advantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of this turn.
That's cool.
So it's going to have advantage on this first attack. So short sword.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that sucks. Okay, and next one. Wait, what? Oh, I hit multi-attack. Sorry.
That also misses.
That was crap.
It's also not adding your spell modifier, just so you know. It says +0.
I don't think it adds a spell attack modifier.
It says rolling 1d20 plus your spell attack modifier. And it
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
add it.
and then it wasn't adding it. So the
Just so you know.
first one is +11.
Oh, then that hits. The second one still misses, but the first one hits.
Yeah. Okay, so then I click on the attack part. There we go. And then so let's make sure that this did what it was supposed to do.
So minus 13, 17.
Plus the spell's level.
I already
So,
did that.
okay, yeah, 17. Yes. Okay, but then the second one missed.
Correct.
Yeah, because I didn't have advantage. It was... Is multi-attack... It still is 2 separate attacks, right?
Correct.
So fuming would have only been the one... Okay.
Would have been the first one.
Okay. Alright.
Alright.
That's the end of turns.
Sarah... kind of burned through all of her lightning bolts.
Lightning bolt me, you coward.
Kill me.
Oh yeah, 120 feet. See, I can still help you guys fight from this far away.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'm not
Magic
worried
miss-
about you helping me.
She is going to
Magic missiles, here we come.
Tasha's mind whip them.
Oh.
She's gonna sort of like clap her hands together and pull sort of what looks like a whip of just like purplish pinkish energy, and just like throw it basically at the top canyon. Must make an intelligence saving throw. Boy, they're great at those. Oh, actually, they're not bad at them.
I'm pretty sure they're pretty decent at them.
Yeah. Not with a 7, they aren't. Okay, so he takes 11 psychic damage. Moreover, on its next turn, It must choose whether it gets a move, an action, or a bonus action. It
Oh.
only gets one of the three.
Jeez.
Hey, girl.
Get wrecked.
So minus 11.
That's something I can't do.
You can't get wrecked?
Oh, I can very much get wrecked.
Yeah. Actually,
Do you remember that time where I just used my 4th level spell slot and I literally did nothing with it? Yeah, that was great.
love when that happens. She's actually gonna she would have twinned that spell. Equal to the spell's level. So
It's
2
a-
points.
I thought that's only if it's an attack roll, and this is a save. I'm
You
just
can
being
twin
honest because I
An
think.
official thing, so those.
Oh no, it's
Twinning is
if it's only
anything that
targets
only
one
affects one
character. That was
Yeah,
my
because-
problem.
Yeah, as long as
Because I
the
kept
spell
trying
is
to twin
at the level-
fireball. That's what it was.
Yeah,
The
you
problem.
can't twin fireball. No,
Right. So the
that would be
Make a
bestuded.
wisdom save. That's a 5. So she then deals.
Hey, it only took me like a year to remember I can't twin fireball.
Oh wow! And then she deals 15 psychic damage to the bottom one. And they're both basically semi-stunned as they're trying to figure out what
So
to
they
do.
don't get a reaction because they get to pick a bonus action, or
They get a move, an action, or a bonus action. They still get their. Oh wait, no, it can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn.
Okay.
So they don't have reactions, and they get to choose to move to action or bonus action.
Okay.
And then Azara is going to book it. 5, 10. Fire Ice.
cool. Seeing they're kind of stunned, I'm just gonna run over here. Actually, no, I'm not gonna run there. I was right here.
Yep.
Let's see. I'm gonna run like there. And do I know that Malarakas is my ally or not now? Because I heard him say something weird.
I mean, I'm still technically your ally.
Yeah.
I'm just also their
I
ally.
mean, I would fire at the top one anyway, so it's not going to matter. But just for like future, does he count as an ally? But I'm going for this guy first.
Yeah.
Okay.
He does still count as an ally.
Okay. Well, first attack on the top
for
guy.
purposes of sneak attack.
Yeah.
Actually, Malarakas wouldn't, but the Fey Spirit.
Yeah,
does.
I'm like the Fey Spirit. I know for sure does, but I
Right,
would have
'cause
attacked the first guy
Malarakas
anyway.
technically does not count as a harassing creature right now.
I'm not a hostile creature.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's what I figured. But anyway, first guy, top guy.
Okay. That misses.
I
do-
will, yeah, have my
Okay,
inspiration.
You still have inspiration.
That's what I was trying to say. Probably still misses.
So that's
18.
12. 18 does still miss.
Okay. Second one at the bottom guy, and since he's hunter's marked, I'm leaving the sneak attack on.
Okay. That definitely hits, and he's dead.
Cool.
Uh,
Creepy laugh to
Skender,
death.
you are you're just sort of running after your friends, and now you're like, what? Why was I running after them? Huh?
Oh,
Bonus
boy.
action, move my
Wait, does
hunter's
that mean
mark to this guy. No, because the other one got you.
Was it the other one?
Yes.
That was, yeah.
I thought it was the bottom one, because I thought just the top one stabbed me. I just went.
And then
Seth.
I'll use the rest of my movement to
Oh,
get
sorry.
like over here.
Seth.
It is my turn. I am going to. Oh, be sad.
Lightning bolt, you coward.
It's just a spirit in your way.
Lightning
Does
bolt
that
is
like
Fey Spirit,
do
coward.
psychic damage to everyone else when you're sad?
Yeah, that's how that
Okay.
happens.
Well, of course, you can always make fun of him.
Yeah. I'm like, don't
So
get
are
rid of
we-
the face spirit. I need it for sneak attack.
I ask around. Are we fighting
We killed
or
two
are
of
we
them.
going?
And Malarakas seems intent on fighting them.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, Turris looks at you and shrugs.
Turris looks at me and shrugs. My bonus action, I'm gonna do the Zephyr Strike.
Okay.
They're gonna shrug back.
And then I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Sorry. 5, 10, 20, 30, 35. And then I'm going to make an attack at this guy with doing the advantage.
Okay.
The special attack.
And the extra force damage stuff?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Poop.
Unfortunately, that misses.
Why? Talon, why you fail me?
Sad.
That was
That was so sad.
That was very
disappointing.
sad. Disappointed!
I am disappointed. I'm
Alright.
gonna give my last inspiration dice to my boy
No.
Malarakas.
Okay.
'Cause I don't know he's-
wrong.
Malarakas.
You're gonna
It's
help
your turn.
him kill tourists.
He didn't say to attack him.
I know.
He didn't say
Yet.
to attack him. It's okay.
I was told to chase my
Chase
friends.
your friends,
Chase your friends.
which are in 3 different directions now. So who's your friend?
Well, I'm going after friends, which is a group, which would be Skender, Asaria, and the
Very
direction.
literal with that.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. With Turris, his last order I gave him was to follow Seth.
Oh
Sure.
no!
So he will
It's getting
5, 10,
worse.
15, 20, 25. Stay next to him. That's my turn.
Wait, where are you going? I thought we were fighting.
The Cambion will look at Turris and try and decide what the heck to do.
He gets 1 bonus action,
Because
1 action.
he definitely recognizes what's in Turris's chest.
Mm-hmm.
What's in his chest?
A soul coin.
I know.
What's that?
You guys, freaking butt nuggets.
There's no way Fire Eyes would know what that is.
Excuse me, I'm
All
a
of the
butt
players
tender,
and
thank
none
you
of the
much.
all of the players and none of the player characters know.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Malarakas knows exactly what it is.
Well, besides
coin?
you,
It's fuel.
besides the
Besides
culprit,
Besides you little crackhead.
besides the
All right.
culprit of this monstrosity.
The Cambion disappears.
No,
What?
here.
I can track him!
You cannot. He has completely disappeared.
Is he just gone? Did he just... Oh no. Can I counterspell that?
He'll sort of like look at Turris and look back at Malarakas and like waggle a finger at Malarakas and try and cast a spell. If you're gonna try to counterspell, you can try to counterspell.
Yeah, 3rd level counterspell.
Roll a charisma check and add your charisma modifier.
Come on, you can do it.
Brr.
Oh,
Okay. His plane shift.
It's not supposed to be an advantage, sorry. It's
His
21.
plane shift fails.
thank goodness!
Thank goodness.
Don't leave.
That was
Stay
almost
here.
real bad.
Okay, well,
It was his turn, right?
Skender. Yep.
And you are freed.
I am freed and I'm pissed. 10, 20, 30,
Rage.
40.
No, he's no longer raging.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I said
rage,
if you
but-
rage. Extra move.
Well, it doesn't matter. My
Yeah.
speed's 40.
I forgot that you're a barbarian, so you go zoom.
So I'm gonna hit him recklessly with Fate Speaker,
Okay.
two-handed.
Are you using the shield?
If you have a shield,
No.
you can't do it.
Okay. Then that hits.
Okay. And again, recklessly.
That also hits.
Just as another reminder, it is magical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just more reminding Sawyer because he forgot last time.
Mine are also magical.
No, I remember now that all of your attacks are magical
Yeah.
for the purpose of it, except for Stubbs. But Stubbs doesn't melee combat very much, anyways.
I was gonna
I
say, what
know.
are you talking about? He's a wizard. Oh, right, his warhammer.
That it will be magical one day, but
One day.
today it is not.
Stubbs.
And tomorrow it won't be either. Stubbs?
Yep, it is your turn.
Stubby?
Stooby dooby dooba, stooby dooby dooba.
Okay, I am going to use 2 charges of my magic wand of magic missile.
Are you in range?
Yeah, it's 120 feet.
Oh, dang. Okay. I thought it was a 60-foot range of magic missile.
Nope. That's why I said I'm still here for the fight, guys.
Yeah, magic missile's real far.
Yeah, 120 feet. Okay,
All right.
so
Well, he dies. He's got 1
1,
hit. He's got 1 hit point.
2, 3,
Yeah.
4. I still have to shoot them all.
Shoot the corpse.
Yeah, they're just all, and he just falls back.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right. And you continue to hear shouting and hollering coming from the rest of the town.
Time to keep going, guys. Let's go.
And I'm free from the charm, right?
Correct. Your
We're
charm is no
hearing
longer-
shouting and hollering from the town?
Yes. Like guards are coming towards you guys because
Yeah,
a
we
bunch
set off
of-
alarm. We need to
a
go.
bunch of lightning bolts and explosions just went off.
Yeah, I'm gonna sprint to Jackson and mount him and run away. With
Okay.
friends.
Everyone make a stealth check.
I'm going to make
Stop.
turrets invisible and disguise myself.
Okay.
Oh, dear. We're gonna try to let me stealth.
We don't have a choice.
Do I still have advantage, or when
Wait, why are we hiding? What are we hiding from?
Guards.
Trying to get away from the guard.
Guards.
when's my invisibility gonna drop?
Probably by now.
Oh yeah, you're.
It dropped when
it's
you
gone by now.
attacked.
No, because
No.
he
It
didn't
was
cast.
greater invisibility.
Oh, okay,
Did
that's
it only
right.
last for 1 minute?
Burp.
It's gone by now.
Okay.
Oh, wow, this is great. Stealth checks. I'm going to flash a genius myself. Just a little bit.
You also have a inspiration dice.
You are inspired.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. I'll do that too.
If Sarah, for the heck of it, will use her inspiration.
What is
die.
stealth based on?
Dex.
Dex, yeah.
So I actually have a 19.
Alright.
That's not bad.
So Isara got a 26. So
I mean,
Jeez.
Brando, you could
Just-
just drop your dude if he's being too loud.
yeah,
I could,
You could just
but I
drop
mean,
the spirit.
he was quieter than me.
I'm reminding you that could be a solution to the problem.
All right. Well, so that's
Considering he was
Success.
quieter than most of us, I
Success.
wouldn't have thought to do that.
okay. So successes outweigh failures. So you guys can successfully make it out of the city, onto the trail, into the forest at the side of the road, and out of Silverymoon with your booty in tow. Booty.
Okay, we have stuff.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
Pull out of the bag of holding, and I will hand the bag of holding back to
Thank you.
Fire Eyes.
All right. So somewhat. I don't know why I decided to sing. It sounded like Ollie.
I agree. I don't understand either.
Okay, someone roll
Why
a...
did you decide to counterspell my firebolt?
Because I didn't
Are we-
want to die.
Are you rolling a d20?
Give me a second, Ashley. Someone roll me a D100.
I'll do it.
And I'll write it all down in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Do we have a bag of holding thing? I've just been
You
keep track
pull
of
you
everything.
pull out a potion that looks kind of like liquefied iron.
That's
Like
what this is all
Quicksilver?
about.
Just like liquefied iron. Does not say quicksilver, just like liquefied iron. So imagine what that looks like in your brain, and it looks like that.
Like Quicksilver.
Someone else roll me a D100.
I'll do it.
Oh,
Come on, guys. Bag of beans.
Please no.
Oh gosh, freaking diggity dang. And someone roll me a D, or Austin, roll me a D6.
D6. Cool.
Okay. Uno momento, por favor. You pull out a spell scroll.
Okay.
Okay, and one last D100.
Brando already called it.
Yay! Oh, come on, work. Oh, seriously? Oh, it's this stupid turn order is in my way. Hold on, sorry. Hold, please.
Okay.
I had the turn order minimized, and when it's minimized, even though it looks like it's out of the way, it gets in your way when you're following the whole chart.
Go ahead
thing.
and roll again. I'm not going to give you a duplicate of the same potion.
Ooh.
A vorpal sword.
I just switched the numbers.
Bag of beans.
All
Yeah, you
right.
did.
You pull
Deck
out
of
what
many
appears
things.
to be a wooden box.
Deck of
Box
cards
of beans.
with a deck of cards in it.
Nope, it's about a foot long. Those are some big old freaking cards.
It's a lot of
I wonder if
beans.
there's a sandwich in it.
Okay.
Do I open the box?
Would
Should
you
I
like to
open the box?
see what all of these things are? I think that Seth can focus and tell what they are.
What do you guys?
Tell me what I got there, Seth.
A wolf howls ominously.
Yeah, I say, Seth, you look these over. And I think it's time I tell you guys what Turris is.
Yeah, because that was a little weird. He did a little finger motion at you, and then he was gonna, like, go away. And it felt like that was a bad thing.
Yeah, the coin your younger brother pointed out, I found in Avernus. And I pondered it for quite some time, trying to build something with it. As I saw numerous machines on the floor of Avernus, and the night before I here, the night before I built Turris, I had one final bit of inspiration to learn what it is and how it works. And the coin powered those machines, and it's well, I mean, in a way, Turris is alive.
Doris waves at you guys.
What do you mean?
What do you mean by alive?
I knew it.
He you can tell he's not just like a sword. He's not mindless. He has some
Right.
sentience. And I personally believe that is due to the fact that he's powered by a soul.
Wait, what did
What
you
was that?
say? He's got a parasol? I haven't seen
A
it.
parasite?
He's
He's got a massive.
he has a
ring
soul.
arm.
He has. It's. I don't understand. How do you?
The coin that powers him is used by devils as sort of bartering. It's a way of housing the souls, and it's used in a number of things in hell. And
I dropped
found
my
it.
wand of magic missile on the ground.
I found it,
Wide
and
open.
now its owner kind of wants it back.
Who's its owner?
Oh,
I don't know any name, and I will roll up my sleeve. Is the bruise still there?
The bruise is still there.
And so there's this bruise of this large claw on my forearm. I go, its owner gave me this in my dream.
In a dream.
How does that? I. What?
Did I piece together that this is why we might have been being followed by an imp?
Roll an intelligence check.
I am smart. Let's see. Am I smart enough today?
That is the question. I mean, your knowledge of the Nine Hells, and especially considering like sort of your and Candlekeep's affiliation with the rescue of Elturel, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for a potentially higher up devil to send an imp to follow a potential target.
So is this why we're being followed by that imp? A few months back.
I mean, we haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's been a while.
It
Well,
sounds
granted,
like
that just means we
found
haven't
another way
seen
to.
it.
Well, I can check within in a mile, and so I'll use my primeval awareness or primal awareness. What's it called?
Primeval
Primeval.
awareness.
Good night.
Good night.
Go get it.
Good
Where are
night.
you?
Night, Mom.
There is
Shut me
Right.
no fiend, undead,
Keep your room
celestial,
Yeah,
whatever
anything.
presence.
Anything.
There's no
not
nothing
normal.
within a mile.
It's not here. Not following us at least
Okay.
immediately.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
good. But, I mean, even the demon that we freed, it recognized what Turris was, and these fiendish things did as well, so... I imagine Turris is bringing a lot of attention.
I mean, he's a metal man. He's going to bring attention whether or not there are fiends here.
It's true.
Well, I mean,
true.
a different form of attention. Less of like a just awestruck and more of a I'm not supposed to have this.
More of a I want my soul back.
Yeah.
Is there any way to power him without it?
I reach down and pick up my wand of magic missile off the ground. Put it in my pocket.
I mean, potentially.
I don't think he would be the same without it, though,
Probably not.
right? Because it seems, if you're saying this is a soul powering the machine, that's probably where his quirks and things come from, I would assume.
Probably. I doubt it's just a quirk of being a robot, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Will it run forever?
That's a grand question. I doubt it. I know the machines burnt up the coins. I don't know if Turris, being fairly small comparatively, is just going to burn it up way slower. Or even at all.
What happens to the souls when it burns up?
Would I have an idea of what happens?
Roll
Or
a
already?
religion check with advantage. Actually, I'll just give it to you because you've sort of studied this and you were in Elturel and everything. The soul is just destroyed.
Yeah,
The
the
soul
soul,
is completely burned into fuel and is destroyed.
yeah, it's gone.
But since the coin is still here, it seems that potentially the soul isn't just being incinerated.
Potentially. I haven't looked at it in a while, honestly. I'm scared to find out any answers about it. To learn that perhaps my greatest creation has a finite amount of life to it.
I mean, doesn't everything have a finite amount of life to it?
Maybe in some way you've given this soul another chance at life.
At least for a time. I'm gonna walk up to Turris and be like, hold still for a second. I'm gonna open up his chest. Does the coin still look roughly the same to when I put it in?
Yeah, albeit a little dirty.
Still got some
Okay.
mud on it.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Dirt
look
on the
like
tires.
disintegrated or like it's exploding or anything.
Yeah, it's
Basically.
not burning or melting at all.
No.
I mean, coin's still fairly intact. And I'll kind of put the plate back on. But now you guys know.
Okay. So potentially some scary demon or devils coming our way.
It'll be a devil.
Devil.
I know that.
And he's coming to kill Turris.
Yeah.
Well,
Coin.
I don't think it's coming to kill Turris. I think it's more coming to take the coin and probably kill Malarakas.
Yeah, because
Well, I would say that taking the coin would kill the Turris that we know.
Well, I suppose that's true.
So
Yeah.
all I know is I'll be fighting to help keep Turris alive.
Sorry for
We all said
saying
we would
you
die
weren't
for him.
alive, Turris.
What was
Turris
that?
looks confused at you.
What'd Meredith say?
Said we all just said last session we'd die for him, so
yep.
here we go.
I didn't, but I'm not gonna let him just waltz in here and take it.
I mean, I don't expect you all to die for my hubris.
Listen, I ain't dying for nothing. Nobody know how, right?
All I
Except for
know,
my own stupidity.
all I know is, like I said, it seems to me that this is another chance for this soul. How does one get their soul stuck in this coin?
What I
my-
know about, I mean, everybody knows about deals with demons and devils and all that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
right.
like
Would I
nobody's
be
like.
able to put that two and two together, kind of thing?
What do you mean?
Like, if you sell your soul, you get stuck in a coin, basically.
Most of the time, yeah. If you sign a contract with with a devil, particularly, they tend to once you die, your soul is implanted in a coin that is then used as currency by the same devil.
I say that. Well, I say that usually. I would imply that it's implied that whatever they do with your soul is probably not good, and this seems like probably the worst. So,
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Carrying the coin alone is not pleasant.
Hmm.
The soul definitely doesn't want to be in there, and so I have very mixed opinions about using it as a fuel source, potentially.
But you look at Turris and he acts. I mean, yesterday he was petting, or how many days ago, he was petting those cats.
Yeah.
I think maybe he found a way for this soul to live. To not be. Do you feel any different now that it's in Turris, or do you still feel the same pain of possessing it in a sense through Turris?
I mean, it's a conflicting thing, because most people don't sign contracts with any sort of devil, either for good purposes or they were desperate.
Yeah.
I
No one ever
well,
does that except for those two reasons.
well,
So it's
we don't-
either a bad person
or they're really
or it
stupid.
was a desperate person.
well, I don't know the person, so I have no place to judge. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and think maybe that you're giving this soul another chance to not be so lost as it was the first time around. That's my
Regardless,
opinion. Anyways,
Done.
I will protect your. I will be here to help protect Turris if anything comes along.
About
That's
the dream, did you recognize who? I mean, you said you don't know a name, but are there any, I don't know, famous devils? Anyone that we can do some research and see if we can
I
find
mean,
out who it was?
of course, there are the archdevils, but I know it for sure wasn't any archdevil. As
If
the
it was one of the
archdevil,
archdevils, we'd be probably dead by now.
yeah, our warriors would be far fewer because we would be dead
So
long
there's
ago.
no way to track it.
Doubtful. Was it a, like, pit fiend like?
Um,
Was it like big or was it the smaller kind of
it was
thing?
big.
Yeah.
It was very big.
Yeah, it's a bigger clawed thing. And I know in most situations, the bigger they are, they tend to be the badder they are. So I expect something potentially pretty rough.
Very well. Well, we'll keep that on our minds, I guess.
Anybody else have any baggage they wish to share at this moment?
If I say I'm an elf, are you going to shoot me?
Nah, an elf. No. Shoot you.
I would certainly hope not.
Yeah, whereas Stubbs hates orcs, I hate elves, of course. That's how that works.
Shot me right in the chest.
And Star sort of just like backs into the forest very slowly.
No, I don't really have much baggage. I just girl from a village. Nice family home. That's me.
Insight
your name.
check.
Roll an insight check.
I'm a girl from a village.
Okay.
Nice family home.
Yeah, but you're not using...
Blind your eyes, roll a deception check.
That's not a lie, though.
But it's not the truth.
It's a lie by omission type thing.
Yeah.
It's not-
She is hiding something,
Yeah.
but you cannot nail down what exactly. But it sort of kind of seems on the level of how you sort of hid you being from Everland.
Right.
Like it's
yeah.
just it's a soft subject for her.
Yeah. I'm not gonna press it. Just personal reasons.
I mean, of course, I didn't mean we had to jump right now. Just...
Orcs are just evil. Why do we have to talk about it so much?
To
We're
generalize.
just very curious on why you hate an entire race of creatures. I mean, I kind of get it, but like, you hate them so much that I'm worried about you.
Like, you weren't upset about the half-orc in the tavern.
He was only half upset.
Or were you, and you were just kind of composing yourself?
That's a human of orcish descent.
This guy.
I don't know. And I just I pull my wand of magic missile back out of my pocket and just start looking at it again.
It was okay.
I won't press.
Huh?
I said I won't press any further.
What about you, Isara? Just a
Yeah.
strange dream and then you come follow a ton of strangers? Now you know there's a devil coming that's probably going to kill all of us. What are you going to do about it?
Well, not sure exactly. Guess we'll see. I will admit this is a little more than I signed up for.
Yeah, welcome
Welcome to me.
welcome to the group.
But I don't know. I've always wanted a little adventure in my life.
Well, here you get it.
In spades.
Who'd have thunk you leave town with a couple of humans, a dwarf, a furball, a machine, and a funky tiefling, and you wouldn't find adventure.
I know, it's almost the start of every bland romance novel ever.
Who you plan on hooking up with?
Me?
Obviously,
Sorry.
dwarf.
Sorry, I
what a
didn't mean to laugh like that.
I stand up a little bit taller.
Stretches out.
I cast enlarge on you.
I cast the Lord again.
I don't have enlarge.
Wow, did Stubbs just get really tall all of a sudden?
But
Dang, Stubbs, have
he
you
got
been
ta-
hunching
he
your
got-
entire
He
life?
got taller, but his proportions don't match. So he's just sort of like an elongated, like you take a JPEG of a dwarf and you just stretch it out. That's just kind of what Stubbs looks like.
Dang, Stubbs, were you just hunching over like every day of your life since we've met you?
Maybe.
Dang.
It's actually a 6-foot tall dwarf.
You have to say about dwarves with big feet.
You got big shoes.
Dang, dude, you got big feet.
Thanks. I got them from my parents.
All right. Well, it's evening, so you all can rest if you decide. You also have a boatload of items that need identifying.
Yeah, I thought he was doing that while we were all talking.
I mean, I have to kind of focus on it,
Oh.
so
Yeah, you can't be talking with
I
us.
guess, yeah, that's true.
Hand him the box.
So, what are you identifying first?
what's in the box?
You open the box and it's empty.
What is the box?
Are you identifying said box?
Sure.
It is a folding boat.
Pardon?
Cool.
So this object appears as a wooden box that measures 12 inches long, 6 inches wide, and 6 inches deep. It weighs 4 pounds and floats. It can be opened to store items inside. This item also has 3 command words, which require you to use an action to speak it. 1 command word causes the box to unfold into a boat 10 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 2 feet deep. The boat has 1 pair of oars, an anchor, a mast, and a lateen sail. The boat can hold up to 4 medium creatures comfortably. The 2nd command word causes the box to unfold into a ship 24 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 6 feet deep. This ship has a deck, rowing seats, 5 sets of oars, a steering oar, an anchor, a deck cabin, a mast with a square sail, and a mast with a square sail. The ship can hold 15 medium creatures comfortably. When the box becomes a vessel, its weight becomes half that of a normal vessel its size, and anything that was stored in the box remains in the boat. The 3rd command word causes the folding boat to fold back into a box, provided that no creatures are aboard. Any objects in the vessel that can't fit inside the box remain outside the box as it folds. Any objects in the vessel that can fit in the box do so.
As soon as I find this out, if we're in like the middle of nowhere, basically,
Oh
still,
no.
I just like I say, hey guys, everybody, step back about like 20 feet,
Oh dear.
and I say the command word for the smaller version of the boat.
Okay, it just... And there's now a canoe
Ta-da!
in front of Seth.
Jackson gets spooked and starts chopping it. No, just kidding.
We have a canoe that folds up. That's
Yeah.
neat.
It actually can get bigger than this. I just didn't want to do the big one.
It's a grower.
We got a boat, and then you're already telling the
not a
fishing
shower.
stories. Oh, it was so much bigger.
Oh no! It was bigger than that. Yeah, it was way bigger than that. And then I say the command word to shrink it back into a box.
Okay, sort of... dum, 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 dum.
And you can put stuff in it.
Yeah, it's a box. That's what I expected it to do.
You can also put stuff in boats. So
yes,
it's like
you can
either
do-
way, you can put stuff in it.
You can also
Exactly.
put boats on ships.
That's it. Just in case the ship goes down, we
Yeah, we have the
make a
lifeboat.
boat on the ship.
Exactly.
Yeah. We just always sit in
Now we have our own boat at all times.
That's going to be
Does
super
anybody
handy.
know how to sail?
No.
Well, if we go back down the river, that's going to be nice.
Actually,
That will
would
be nice
really
as shortcuts. Okay, cool.
You know, I actually did not realize how much of a boon having a portable boat is going
Yeah.
to be to your
Just
guys'
gonna be like, oh, we
travel.
can just F off it down the river now.
Let's go on a nice cruise.
I mean, whole new adventure. Pirate adventure. Let's go.
Ghost Assault.
We're doing Ghost of Salt Marsh now.
I just want to get home.
Skender dies of a heart attack.
No, we don't. Screw them kids.
No,
You
yeah.
can have more.
No, we've got to get to Settlestone to
You
get to
can
the top
have
of the
more.
river.
I mean, I assume. I mean, I don't.
You can
not
adopt.
that.
I'm perfectly happy with the ones that I have, and I want it back.
It's all right. He's newly single. There you go. Instead of
Oh,
Pounding.
I'm good.
instead of
Thanks.
hounding Seth all the time.
I'm not hounding Seth.
she's not.
Insight
She's-
check.
Skender just
You look a little
slowly,
thirsty, girl.
just
She's
slow.
she's not hounding Seth. She's pounding Seth.
She's trying to. Oh my gosh, that sound.
Was that?
Ashley
You
just
hear that,
ripped
you
in
hear
half.
that come from the woods.
I kill that.
I think that, guys, that is the sound an owlbear
dire-
makes.
A dire bear burst forth from the bush.
The bush?
Shut up. I was gonna say brush and then bush and there's a bush.
Yeah, I get it. It's
Okay, so what's the rest of the stuff?
Potion was the scroll.
Yeah, the potion and the scroll.
Okay, so the potion is a potion of invulnerability.
Ooh.
So basically, you drink it for 1 minute, you have resistance to all damage.
dope.
And then the scroll is a spell scroll of Magic Circle.
Ooh, Magic Circle's a fun one.
Yeah, just ask Brando.
Hmm?
Magic circle.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, I guess. Sorry, when I cast Primeval Awareness, I would have gotten Face Spirit, but
Oh, yeah.
other than that, there's nothing.
This is a fae around here.
Yeah, somewhere around here in the nearest mile. Okay, and that's it. That's the stuff we got.
That would be it.
Okay,
Yeah,
take
but we
first
just got a boat, y'all.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'm on a boat!
I
I mean,
mean, it's no
I'm on
magic
a boat,
beams, but,
and I'm on
I mean, if it has captain's quarters of sorts, like, that's like a portable shelter.
yeah.
Well,
it's
I mean, we have shelter.
I mean, if we
better
lose,
shelter.
If you lose me,
if we lose you.
If Seth dies.
if I die, you probably can't. And also, the boat needs to be in water to be level. So it
You
won't
can sleep
really
on
work.
an incline.
Yeah.
It's
Never said
it's
it'd be
like a 45-degree angle.
It's fine. It's just.
No one ever said anything about being comfortable.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'll take first watch.
Where
I'll say that you guys can rest
Wait,
peacefully.
I want to do a
Wait.
thing.
I do the hut. Tiny hut.
The King Tut.
Tiny hut.
All right. He does the tiny hut. Fire Eyes, what are you wanting to do?
When they're all asleep, I'm gonna
Tourist
go.
does not go.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna go see how heavily Skender's sleeping. Is he pretty
Okay.
out?
Skender, roll a
What?
sleep check. I
What a
don't
sleep check.
roll a perception
Problem.
check. Roll a perception check with disadvantage.
Two 20s. Do it, you coward. Oh.
Seems pretty out.
Okay. I'm gonna quietly try and grab his shield.
Okay, roll a sleight of hand check.
Do I get advantage because he's asleep?
Sure.
I mean, it's already a 7. What more do
Yeah,
you
it's
want?
already a 7.
What?
so,
What?
like,
What are you trying to do
Okay,
to
cool.
me?
I'm gonna paint a unicorn with my new fancy paints on his shield.
roll a performance check.
Cool. It's gonna be an awful unicorn, guys. Okay, but it is +5
+5.
because that's a charisma. So 19.
It's a pretty dang good unicorn.
Okay, and then I'll just kind of like tuck it back, kind of not under him so that it doesn't get smudged as he sleeps. And then I'll finish my watch.
As you kind of lean back, Turish just kind of looks at you and thumbs up.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Well, you guys can rest peacefully for the rest of the evening. No further encounters. Excuse me. And you all level to 8th level,
No further encounters. Except for that one.
except for my burp. I cast Auror's Destroy the Universe.
Okay, guys, we got 28 days.
Pick a new DM.
All right, so we're gonna take a break after this one.
What?
Yes, so we're gonna be off for basically the next 3 weeks, if not more.
Let's see. 3, 1, 2. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it'll just be 3.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the one after that will be the 6th of January, which hopefully we'll be all free for. Because I have
7th.
this. Oh, right. Yes. Sorry, the 7th. My bad. Hopefully I can play that day. Hopefully I don't get the whip cracked on me. But yeah, I will be unable to play next week, and then Christmas and New Year's Eve. So
Yep.
So happy holidays, happy New
Happy
Year,
holidays.
Happy
fun stuff.
holidays.
and we are gonna
Happy
see y'all
holidays.
again in 2022.
2022.
Oh my gosh, 2021 is almost over.
Yeah, wild.
2022 is going to be so much better than 2021, guys.
Yeah,
Stop it.
totes
Stop
the
it
goats.
right now.
World War III.
Whoa.
Nice.
That's
Why would you
Nice.
say that?
That's just
Bye,
know,
guys.
2022 is
Bye.
going to be a year full of D&D, and that's all we can ask for.
It's the year of the D&D.
So,
Year of the D.
Maybe not that.
I mean, it could be.
Fair.
Cool. On that note, good night,
Uncomfy,
everybody.
but fair. All right. Good night, guys.
I'm going to bed. Bye.